Hey, 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 hey. Do you have any idea how fast you were going? How fast you were going? $63. Yeah, it is.
Discovery.
Oh, hey, John. Oh, hey. Hey, how you doing? How many miles an hour? How are you doing? I'm all right. Okay, full disclosure. I logged off the stream, went to sleep, woke up, had the most disgusting case of insomnia ever, was up till 4 in the morning, basically from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., just sitting there going... I think it's because I drank too much coffee trying to wake up yesterday. Probably what happened.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I went to bed at like 4 or 5 in the morning, somewhere in between there, and woke up at like 11. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. Had enough time to clean up, though. How'd been watching a few months, finally signed up for Twitch. Hey, John plays too much. Right on, man. Wasn't tighten up for a walk? Yeah. Part of what woke me up, Chief, is, the dog farted, and it smelled. It wasn't a passing gas fart. It was a, I need to go to the bathroom fart. And he was like, I woke up with him right here, looking at me, going, "Hey, human. Thank you, Bucket. Thank you very much." So yeah, we went for a early morning dog walk. That was great. Anyway, everything's good. Everything's good. I'm awake. Here's a palate cleanser. Look at this. Yeah. No? Alright, fine. Indeed. That That's pretty poggies. That's the Martin Mars right there. One of two left in existence. I know, Rocket Guy. Can you believe that? That's pretty neat. Did you try out that razor? No, I just have clippers. Air clippers. What was the occasion? I do believe that Martin Mars is being retired. It's been a firefighting helicopter for helicopter. I'm sorry, the spinning props got me confused. It's been a firefighting aircraft for like 70 years. There's only 2 left. There was only 6 built. That plane is extremely rare. Like extremely rare. And that I think that one is being retired. So that's one of its last flights. Hence the formation flying. You know what sucks? We need a reason to do stuff like this. Can we just do stuff like this? Like, I mean, then again, that's pretty much what EAA is, but you get the idea. That's a pretty awesome picture. Pretty awesome. Why only 6? Here. There's a whole story behind these things. They were so big. It's a big flying boat cargo plane. The thing is huge. It's not small. It's a scaled up PBM. Yeah, there you go. The Marianas Mars, Philippine Mars, Marshall Mars, Caroline Mars, and a second Hawaii Mars. The 5 Mars production aircraft entered service ferrying cargo to Hawaii and the Pacific Islands on the 23rd of January, 1944. Last production airplane, Caroline Mars, was designated JRM-2, powered by 3,000 horsepower Pratt & Whitney R4360. I believe that's a Wasp Major. That's got a lot of chooch, man. That's a very powerful engine, and it's got 4 of them. That's a lot of power. That's a lot of power. Is that the same engine we saw at the museum? The Museum of Science drummer when we went? Yes, that was a Wasp Major. Yeah, it's it. Here. 4360-41, 28-cylinder, 4-row air-cooled radial, 4,300 cubic inches. 2,700 RPM, 3,500 horsepower. Okay, all right. I want to point out how ridiculous this. Look at the power to weight. It's over 1 power to weight. That's unreal for an engine from 80 years ago. The only other thing that even gets close to that is like a Merlin engine, not the rocket engine, the Merlin, the Spitfire motor, and the P-51D. But that thing makes 3 times the amount of horsepower. It's pretty crazy. The problem with these Wasp Majors and with these air-cooled piston radials like this is that they overheat. They get so ridiculously hot, and it's hard to keep them cool at high altitude. Because there's not a lot of air going over them because lower pressure, essentially. I mean, there's a lot more to it than that, but yeah, Wasp Majors are insane, dude. Yeah, the thing has 4 of them, which is pretty cool. So after they only built a couple of them, they sold them, and they've been firefighting planes basically since the 50s. And then they're retiring that one.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There's the 2 of them right there. They're in Canada. They're in British Columbia. They're retiring this guy. This is I forget which one that is. Hawaii Mars. That's the one. Shmamaron, 5-month resub. In September, I'm going to my first air show. The Thunderbirds will be here in Canada. Oh, dude, air shows are fantastic. It'll just, they're awesome. What were they originally designed for? Long-range cargo transport across the Pacific. That was their design. That's what they were supposed to do. Or that's what they were designed to do. Think, Rocket Guy, think of like a proto C5. So Rocket, you'll probably know this, but a little bit of a history lesson here on flying boats. Guys, flying boats were the norm for heavy-duty airplanes up until about 1944. The reason why is because it's very interesting, because it's the kind of stuff you see nowadays. I mean, let me tell you, you've heard this story before. Nobody thought building a gigantic 10,000, 15,000 foot runway is going to make that. What? Nobody's going to do that. Why do that? Why take up land when you could just make something land in the water, right? The water's there. There's plenty of space, et cetera, right? So if you're going to send a plane to the, like, if you live in the United States and you're going to send a plane to the furthest reaches of like U.S. territory, like Hawaii or whatever, it doesn't make any sense to build any runways out there. Or get to U.S. territory like Philippines or Guam. It makes no sense. So build boats, build flying boats. And that's what they did. And then World War II came along, defense spending went through the roof, and we built airfields everywhere. And then there was no need for flying boats anymore, because we have airfields everywhere. You got me on a Modern Marvels bins now. I love that show, dude. That show, I watched that show religiously growing up. So these boats, these planes are good planes, right? The JRM Mars are good planes, but they're just, why have this? Why do this when you have these gigantic runways? You could just build a bigger plane. The reason why I say it, the reason why it pertains to nowadays, right? Take a plane like the A380, okay? Not a bad plane. Or a 747, pick your poison. I'd say the A380 because it's more or less recent, right? It's the 747's from the 60s. This thing is from the 2000s, right? So the A380. The A380 is a double-decker. Now, I know what people are going to ask. Like, why don't we just build a bigger plane if we're trying to move more people around? Well, you can't. All the runways that we built during World War II and all the kind of aviation rules that came about from, you know, building all these airfields and stuff, like for runway width, et cetera, really don't, and particularly gates too for international airports, you really can't build a bigger plane. There's not many places that'll be able to service a gigantic plane, a plane that's like the size of a football field or something. There's no place to do that. Look at the AN 225, for instance. Rip. I hope they build another one. The 225, you can't. That's a huge freaking plane, and it barely fits on most runways. It can only land at certain airports because it's too freaking big. That's the problem that they have. That's why flying boats were a thing pretty much all the way up until World War II. And then in World War II, we built airports everywhere because we realized the importance of air power in the military, right? Like, and there you go. Then we stopped doing that. Drummer, so you just found out Krispy Kreme is in the UK. I might have to give it a try. I did check. Only one Dunkin' in London. Oh. Yeah, when you want to say screw the environment, 28 cylinder. Hey. Just make the plants grow better. I know it's more complicated than that. It was a joke. The M501 is the biggest radial ever built. 42 cylinders. That's just aggressive, dude. That's just aggressive. So London doesn't run on Duncan. No, no, mate. They don't run anything. They just take the tube. Take the tube, mate. Just gonna drop this here. Spitfire powered Rolls Royce. That's not a Rolls Royce. It's got Rolls Royce badges on it. It's custom made. That's the beast. Like, and I've seen that video. I really like how the guy stands next to the exhaust with no ear protection, and then they start it in that video. I saw that right away. I'm like, probably shouldn't stand near that. And then the guy was like, oh! I'm like, dude, It's a 27-liter V12. What do you want? Like, what do you, with open headers, what are you doing? That's awfully aggressive. Yeah. It's awfully aggressive. Hey, Ruggin, 78-month reset. Thank you. 27 liters. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, I've seen that video. I watched that video like, I don't know, 3 weeks ago. I watched it when Ernok was here. Time to play Kerbal yet? Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Anyway, yeah, flying boats. Good stuff. Good idea. But what really kind of hit the nail in the coffin with flying boats is that they just... Some places don't have a safe haven to land. So, like, you take a place like Boston, you could land a flying boat, sure, because Boston has like an inner harbor, or New York, inner harbor, easy peasy. Seattle, inner harbor, which is why you still see seaplanes in Seattle, because the waters are calm. Places that don't have that, where the waters could be potentially choppy off of the coast of a place where you're trying to go, you got to be careful with that. You could hit a wave when you're coming into land. Yeah. Think about it like Falcon 9 with its recovery conditions on the drone ship. You have to, the water can't be rocking too much. You can't have that big of a surf or else the Falcon won't land. Or that you'll have a lot of trouble. Right? You mentioned the Convair F2Y. No, I don't know that one off the top of my head. Oh, this thing. Yeah. Yeah. That's a thing. Also, the hundreds of runways built during World War II. Yeah, that was my biggest one, God. The choppy seas is just kind of an additional thing. That's also the reason why this thing is sitting on a beach somewhere in the Caspian Sea. Because if the seas are choppy, this thing is useless. It's useless. Very cool, though. I'm not going to sit there and pretend like that thing is not cool looking. If I recall correctly, it's given test pilots spinal injuries. Dude, hitting a wave with this hydrofoil with jets on the back? Like, yeah. Here. Just, while we're gonna mention it, the P6M is the chadliest seaplane of all time. Okay? They never really they didn't really make them. Like, they didn't go into production. They only built 12 of them. I had to check. Because they were like, no. But also, P6M is goated. That is the coolest seaplane by a long shot. Look at this thing. Look at how cool that plane looks. Look at it from the top. That thing, that is cool. That is a cool looking plane. Who dropped their F-104 in the water? I think it's actually an F-106. M503. I just saw a picture of it, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That, Chief, how much power? Ooh, those heads, though. Heads look really good. How do you keep the water out of the engines on a jet? Put the engines up high. Yeah, if you put them out in front of the wake. Yeah, that works. There are other seaplanes, jet seaplanes, like the Beriev 200, where they put the jet engines above the wings. Now, it is a Russian plane, but I still think VE-200s are very cool looking. That's a very cool looking aircraft. Last pulls. Hey, homing pigeon. Hey, now that you're using wind tunnel, have you thought about using the open source vehicle scratch pad? I've seen that, homing pigeon. I don't know if you linked it or something before, but yeah. The Italians would be performing over the ocean front in VB for NATO 75. Oh, Virginia Beach. Oh, nice. Cool. Can we use that engine in one of my cars? No. No, we cannot. I don't 2FA, I don't think that is an F-104. I actually think that looks like an F-106. Proposed to put a Delta Dagger on water skis. Yep. It's an F-102. Yeah, that... Okay. That's just a Delta Dagger with some intakes on the top and some skis. You just crudely pasted some skis onto the bottom. You just crudely pasted my face over your face over mine. Yeah. Why the frick would you do that? No wonder. Like I'm not gonna lie to you. I see what this thing is trying to do. I really don't think that's a good idea. I really don't think that's a good idea. Cool plane, though, considering this is the early 50s. Convair was pretty ahead of their time. Convair made some really, really cool planes, guys. Massively underrated. The 880 and the 990 are very nice. Oh, they also made that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh, and that. Yeah, that bottom part with the fire coming out. Yeah, that part's pretty cool. Oh, and that. Yeah, Convair made Centaurs. Yeah. Oh, they also made that, but that... You know what the funny thing is, guys? You know what the funny thing is? See the B-36, 6 turning, 4 burning. It's a cool plane, right? That's the SLS of bombers. Go look at the contract structuring for that program. And you will see that history repeats itself. Seriously. Cost plus. Yeah, don't forget the 3 on fire. Yeah, remember what I said about WASP majors liking to catch on fire? That's when they're pointed forward. When they're pointed backwards and there's a wing in the way to prevent air from going over the engine, yeah, they catch on fire. Yeah. That's why they put jet engines on the back. Or on the sides. Yep. Yeah, cost plus. Seriously. The B-36 was a huge cost plus program with no scope, no goals. It was just build a bigger bomber with more engines. Look at it next to a B-29, or that could be a B-50 as well. I'm not sure. Dude, it was a huge, yeah, it was a steaming pile of crap. Yeah, that's a monster truck tire, Flykin. It's a monster truck tire. The tires are gigantic. Like, tractor tires. I mean, well, actually, it's not even a tractor tire. Look at the tractor that's next to it. It's a monster truck tire. Yeah, that plane was awful. It's cool looking. I love the backward-facing engines, but it's also a gigantic piece of crap. Also, the 777 isn't the first time they've done a 154 test with a wing. Large pile of excrement. Yep. Man, they were cooking with that thing. Not cooking good enough, though. Yeah, see? What the hell are you going to do with that? I mean, a B-36, I think, is a cool-looking plane. It's just a piece of trash. I also think Tu-22s, Tupolev 22s, look cool. That is one of the coolest looking planes ever made. It's so cool looking. I'm sorry, that looks like the future right there. But that thing also is a piece of junk. It is a piece of crap. That plane flies just awfully, but it does look cool. That is a cool looking plane. But it flies like trash. Turns out mounting the engines way back up there with an anhedral wing is not a good idea. Hey, Smoke'em, what's going on? What engines did the Spruce Goose have, Justin? Oh, that's a good question. I believe there were WASP majors as well. It's same engine, only there's 8 of them. Which, dude, the Spruce Goose is pretty dang impressive, but the Spruce Goose went the way of the Martin Mars because of the same reasons. There was no need for a flying boat like this. And honestly, Howard Hughes was tremendously behind. The Spruce Goose, believe it or not, was another cost plus nightmare. Yeah. 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 There's a reason why they only made one. It is an awesome plane, though. I think Hughes definitely had a knack for design. He made some very cool looking planes, but it's useless. Post World War II. Okay, so here, some reference here. This thing took its first test flight right around the time where this thing came around. See what I'm talking about? The military was like, no, we don't need that. Yeah, he wasn't supposed to take off. That was supposed to be a taxi test. Rocket Guy, a lot of people, not a lot of people, I've heard a lot of, this is just internet banter. I've heard a lot of people say that the only reason why it got off the ground was because of the ground effect. I've heard people say that it couldn't really kind of like fly up there. That sounds like 30 minutes from my house. We'll go check out the Spruce Goose. We get to check out the Spruce Goose once a year. Yeah, it's in Barracks. I'm gonna pronounce the name right. Willamette. It took me forever to not pronounce that incorrectly. And I needed the help with somebody from the Pacific Northwest. It's in Willamette. It's at Evergreen, right? Gorlami. Willamette Valley. Yep. Cool. I don't know if it couldn't fly, but taking off from water definitely needed help. Yep. Give me 1 second. How is it spelled? Willamette. But it's Willamette, not Williamette. That's how I always used to say it. That's not correct. You have to say am. Yeah, you have to say Willamette. Yeah, exactly. Barracks, my cousin is dating a guy from Portland. He's a good dude. He's not from Portland. He's from around Portland. He's from around there, right? And I had to ask him straight up, dude. One day I was like, dude, you know the Evergreen Museum, right? He's like, yeah, that was down the street from where I grew up. And I'm like, how the hell do you say the valley that it's in? And he looked at me weird. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, how do you say this? He's like, what, Willamette? I'm like, yes, how do you say that? It was a weird conversation. It was weird. Yeah, it's not Willamette, it's Will-am. You have to say am. You have to say the am part. Yeah. Or else you stick out like a sore thumb around here. Oh, what are you, a freaking world traveler? Yeah, there you go, right? Yeah, exactly. So when I go there and I say it, I'll be okay. People will be like, oh, that guy's all right. Last, what's up, man? Were the first jets that the Germans made way better than the planes at the time, or just faster? Oh, is that what they use in Tailspin? I'm not sure. Why do Russian planes like putting the pitot tube like that? I don't know. Worcestershire. Yeah, exactly, Tessa. Leicester. Shropshire. Yep. Edinburgh. Yeah. So, Smoke, you're talking about the Messerschmitt 262. I'm going to fire up Kerbal while we're talking about this. The 262. So, believe it or not, the jet engine was invented by the British. A guy named Frank Whittle invented the jet engine in the 30s. The thing about the first jet engines is, I don't know if you guys ever watched Colin Furze, right? He made a jet engine out of a turbocharger and hooked it up to his grill so he could quite actually flame broil sausages. It's an old video, but it's a great video. The Turbocube, great video. That's basically what early jet engines were. You're not gonna, like, yeah, it's a turbojet. Yeah, it makes thrust. You're not gonna use that for anything. So the ME2, so okay, what's the ME262 then? Well, the ME262 was the first time somebody was able, Messerschmitt, they put it together and they actually made a production fighter that wasn't a piece of junk. They didn't really understand what compressor stall was when they first made jet engines. When Whittle was kind of running through it. Yeah. Early jet engines, if you throttle them too quickly, they just explode. Well, catch on fire is the right way to say that. But you lived in Gloucester for a few weeks before I knew how it was pronounced. Yep. Yeah, Sean. Gloucester. Gloucester. Yep. Yeah, you got to go up to Gloucester, get some good fish while you're at it there, dude. Yep. That's on the North Shore, though. I don't go near there. I don't go up there. So the Germans were the first one to put it into production. That's what the big thing was. The Brits were not that far behind with the Gloucester media. Yep. Here. The Brits were not that far behind with the Meteor, right? Which actually is kind of similar, but they did not have the resources to be able to scale the production for this aircraft. So the German jet fighters, now, once again, by modern standards, I don't know, I would say like a Cessna Citation is probably more maneuverable than those things, right? You could like a Citation CJ4 could probably dogfight at a 262 and win, if I had to guess. But then again, that's about 80 years of difference in technology, right? But like I don't know what would be something that's analogous to like a 262 nowadays. A T-38 maybe. T-38s can go supersonic though, and maybe an L-39, a trainer jet, something like that. But here's the thing, even something like a T-38 dogfighting against Spitfires and Mustangs is insanely superior in capability. But here's the other thing, and this is another thing to take into account. And this is what I always say. You know, people say, oh, who would win, an A-10 or an F-22? Probably the F-22, but it's all about pilot skill. Seriously, it's pilot skill. Part of the reason, so the ME-262 is superior in every way to every other fighter in the war ever. Like, there's nothing that's better. It can go faster, it's more maneuverable, it has longer range, way more fuel efficient, but there's a problem. The thing came around in late 44, 45, right? So first of all, Germany was already going to hell in a handbasket. They pretty much lost. They lost the war. Stalingrad basically lost them the war. By yeah, that's the short answer. They were going to lose. The second part of that is because they were losing, because they were getting their butt handed to them on two fronts. All the good pilots were dead. Yeah, so the interesting thing is, even though the 262 is better in every way, shape, or form, it was still getting shot down by P-51s because of pilot inexperience. There's footage out there of P-51s and Spitfires dogfighting 262s and shooting them down. Because of pilot experience. That's a huge thing. That's a big deal. It's like, oh, what would win, this plane or this plane? Depends on how skilled the pilot is. You know, if there was an experienced A-10 pilot and me in the F-22, I would probably lose because I have no idea what I'm doing. I can land this plane. But there were a few cases where there were German pilots who knew the 262 and knew how to use it and knew its advantages, and they raised hell. Oh yeah, they wreaked havoc. But too little, too late. Would you even get an F-22 off the ground? No, probably not. Probably not. Once, probably. Hey, I got that F4 off the ground in DCS, and I flew around, and I crashed on landing. But anyway, we all know Learjet was the best jet. Nice. All right, so let's get the Robert Parker going. I was kind of disappointed with the progress that we made yesterday because my body decided it didn't want to do anything. So let's flip the headset back on. I hate how this thing stops sound after a while. All right, get the tunage. And let's build an arrow shell. Very disappointed! All right, let's roll. Interesting, Helpish. Have you ever played Juno / Simple Rockets? Not on stream, but yeah. I'm not sure if it has the same teachability as KSP. Sean, it really doesn't. The thing about Juno is, I don't know, man. It's a good game. It really is, and I kind of like how you can make your own motors in it and stuff, but I don't know, dude. It just doesn't have the... It's very, very peculiar. It's just... It doesn't have the spark, I guess, that KSP has, if that sounds right. Like, yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate Juno. I think it's a cool game, Juno, but no, worst. I didn't get a chance to. Why does it look sad? Because it's not finished. Yeah, I don't know, Joker. The charm, I guess. And I'm not trying to talk down on Juno. It's a good game. It doesn't scratch the itch. It's very strange. It just, yeah, doesn't scratch the itch, dude. Like, I don't know what that's about. Like, workers and resources scratches the city building itch because cities 2 didn't. You know what I mean? Yeah, Doom, that's I don't know what that's about. It's very, yeah, very weird. Anyway. All right, let's get into building out this arrow shell. Kid Hack is cool. Kid Hack has the... So, liquid, Kid Hack has the itch. You know why? Because it's made by it's made by Felipe. Felipe made that game. The same guy that made this game. That's... You know what I'm bumming about, dudes? With Kid Hack, I can definitely see where Felipe wanted to go with Kerbal 2. I can definitely see where he wanted to go with it, and it's... The editor controls in Kit Hack are very good. They're very, very good. Why did he sell? It wasn't his decision, dude. No, maybe it's not. That one's better. You like the Phantom Menace. Anyway, I don't want to reminisce. That's... Yeah. Okay, so... No, he didn't sell the rights. Felipe sold the rights to Kerbal, to Squad, so he could develop the game in, like, 2012. Right? And then he left because... I don't know the reason. He never told me. And then Squad sold the rights to Kerbal in 2018 to Take-Two. When are we playing Kid Hack? I don't know. We should, though. Yeah, Erudite. Yeah. That's what Felipe said to me when I had the pleasure of talking to him a little while back. Kid Hack is a model plane building game, Flykin. It's Kerbal, but with models, and you can't really go to space. So you have a bunch of model kits, and you put together. You can build planes and stuff. Yeah, it's basically like Wings Wednesday, like what I do with Wings Wednesdays on steroids. Yeah, it's really good. Like that Balsa plane game. Balsa is Kit Hack. That's the same game. Anyway, so we're working on the fuselage here for this, for our mini shuttle. Yeah, it was Balsa, and then it was Kit Hack, and now it's Kit Bash, and now it's Kit Hack. Oh, Revolt. I remember that game. Yeah, I played that on N64 back in the day. So, I'm using panels to create an aerodynamic shell here for my upgraded Dart fuselage. Yeah, what I really need to do here is look at lifting bodies. So what Dart is going to be is what's called a blended wing lifting body. So there's another blended wing lifting body you may have heard of. So first of all, let's get into a little bit on aerodynamics here. What is a lifting body for the people that don't know? Lifting bodies are a plane, a type of winged vehicle that uses the fuselage. The fuselage is the wing, okay? Or the primary lifting surface. It's not a flying wing. Flying wings are different. Like I said, lifting bodies use the fuselage of the vehicle to generate lift. They rely solely on body lift to fly. Yeah, there's no wing element. There's no, if you look at the, if you look at 804 right there, you'd expect a wing to be right here. There's no wing. The bottom of the craft is what lifts the vehicle. Yeah, these right there, guys, you see those three? The X-24A, what's that one? The M2F2, and then the HL-10. These are your prototype space shuttles. Believe it or not, this was the, not prototype to the actual shuttle program, but this was an aerodynamic program from NASA Dryden in the late 60s to make it, to look into spacecraft that could land on a runway instead of recovering it out of the ocean. Flying bathtubs, basically. Yeah. So these are lifting bodies. There is another lifting body that you might know that is a little bit more recent. Tenacity is a lifting body. See, the whole bottom of this thing is a wing. That's what's generating your lift. And these things are just your stabilizers. It's just what you'd see generally at the back of an airplane, right? You have your rudder, and these are, I'd call those rudder vaders, I guess, like the X-33 or something, but that's the idea here. Now, lifting bodies don't fly very well. You know why they don't fly very well? They have no wings. They're only designed to fly good enough to land on a runway. Sound familiar?
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey, Sam, 55-month resub. Am I correct in thinking that you build a Dream Chaser? I built Dream Catcher, yeah. I don't chase dreams, I catch them. Dreamcatcher was that was a pretty good design for what it was, dude. But I want this to be kind of like that on the next level, right? So yeah, we're trying to build something like this. What I need to do is look at some different NASA projects to understand how I should make the fuselage. Now, Rocket Guy, I know you built an X38 over on your save, and what I'm really after is the flat bottom. That's what really that should have flown, by the way. Yeah, what Rocket Guy said, Schnooze. So these things don't... They use body flaps, dude. There are control surfaces here, right here, and right here, on top and the bottom. And what they'll do is they won't necessarily like have a control surface that you can, you know, move like a regular one, even though there are control surfaces in the wings, right? To pitch, they'll either take that control surface right there and move it. Those control surfaces basically can only do this. They can't go down. That top control surface can't go down, but there's another control surface down here that can. That's your pitch control. So you're taking a lot of elements of an airplane and kind of building it all into the fuselage, right? Now, I'm not building Dream Chaser exactly. I don't want to build this exactly like this, but... Oh yeah, it has the dice in the front window. Yep. Oh, mama. Nice. But I need to get some reference for different types of lifting bodies because, yeah, I need some. I'm pretty sure we could take some reference from real life to build out Dart. Now, I also said this is a biconic reentry vehicle. Biconic is a nice way of saying it's two cones with one cone shoehorned into another. If we look at the X-37B, right? The X-37B is a biconic reentry vehicle with wings. If we look at it from this picture, look at the back. The back's thick. So one cone right there, one cone right there. See what I'm talking about? This type of design, a biconic lifting body, is basically, I'm not saying industry standard for reusable reentry vehicles that land on runways, but that's pretty much the gist of it. Is there still a plan for Crew Dream Chaser, or is that shelved? Sierra Space is cooking up something, Jim, because they keep teasing pictures of the DC-200 series. They keep showing pictures of this damn thing. And I'm going to be honest with you, that looks a lot like Dart. It looks a lot like Dart. It looks a lot like Dart. They keep showing pictures of this in all of their promo footage. We haven't heard anything from them. Nice mustache, thank you. But they keep showing pictures of the damn thing. And it suspiciously looks a lot like Dart. And kind of, I'll be honest with you, that's kind of what the shape that I need. To be 100% real, that's the shape I need. Yeah, all the engines. So, this has an NDS at the back. NASA docking system. And yeah, the thrusters are sticking out. But yeah, this is basically what we should do with Dart. Inflatable DC-201. Oh, jeez. Yeah, they keep showing this. I'm not sure why, but they keep showing it. Is this an SSTO? No. No. But yeah, that's kind of where I want to go with this. Because we actually need a blunt nose that's going to generate a ton of body lift up at the front to get Dart's shape to fly right. So we figured out through wind tunnel testing that building an aero shell for this thing probably is the best idea. Imagining them scaling it up and slapping RDEs on it. I mean, I'm not gonna say I don't want that. Anyway, so we need to get that shape, and I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna get that platypus nose and how we're gonna blend it and not make it look ridiculous, because there's really no nose cone shape in KSP that looks like this. You know, we got to figure that one out. So I'm gonna play around with my arrow shell, and we're gonna mess with different shapes here. Let's try something like that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You know what? Let's see if we can bring her in like this. Hey, Fall, 69-month resub. What number am we thinking of right now? 69, dude. Strange things are afoot at the Circle K. Paul, I say that every time I see a Circle K. Strange things are afoot at the Circle K. All right, let's play around with this and see what we got. I'm excited.
Oh, yes, I know. 700 million people approximately joining us tonight.
Some summer, some in winter.
But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your hearts.
Our first group, our first stop, will be on the grounds of the world-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back some 4,000 years.
Let's hit the road.
Well, let's hit the road.
So what I want to do is try and move this down a tick. There we go. The most animated Keanu has ever been in any movie. You're not wrong. That doesn't look too bad. See, these panels right here I only really have as a reference. That's kind of what I want my profile to be. Profile line on this, but all right. Let's go in here and see if we can round off the front here. We got to do it in symmetry, or else we'll have a really nice half of a thermal protection system. Do you primarily use world or do you primarily use local or world orientation? It depends. Like, in the question you just asked is, do you primarily use a screwdriver or a hammer? They're tools. Depends on what you're doing. Right application. Understand? Do you use a screwdriver more, or do you use a impact wrench? It's like, what? All right, now let's get this thing out of the way. I always have trouble with the front here. Always. Every time I try to go and do this, I always have some issues trying to get this to look correct. That doesn't look too bad, but the triangular overlap here is just... I mean, that happens when you can't change the shape of the triangle. So we have to do some geometric trickery here. Or find another way. I'm just going to rotate that thing out of the way. Just leave it back there. Get rid of that piece. Didn't you have a flying wing that had a similar nose to the one you're looking at that you could use as reference? The shuttle metric, Collins would probably be the best one to do that. We can go look at it. Hey Mason, what's going on? 95, how you doing? So yeah, see, that's what made Collins easy. I used the fairing as a bridge shape. And I mean, there is some disgustingly bad overlap going on down there, but that's okay. It doesn't look bad. It looks okay. It looks fine. We got to do something very similar to this, right? It's not going to work exactly because there's going to be a cockpit in the way. And this, we need to go back into the wind tunnel because another fairing in this design is going to mess things up. Flags won't be able to withstand the temperatures up there, Joe. That's why I like the panels. Lots of panels stringed together will basically create a heat sink. Flags don't flux heat like the panels do. Thanks, Jonas. It took a long time. Well, actually, it didn't take a long time. This was the culmination of a lot of different design tricks that we figured out over the years. I love that shuttle, man. So, part of me wants to go and do keep building out my shuttle save, my MM3 rules save, the one that I was doing right up into the run until the game that will not be named came out. But I kind of want to, you know? Oh, nice. Are there VODs for the shuttle mission mode? Yeah, of course. This should be around. I'll talk to Drummer about it, dude. I got an idea. Yeah, I've never seen the old time stuff. I'm talking like 2015, 2016. Oh, I don't know. We had to scrub a lot of that from the internet because of Twitch's DMCA nonsense. Stuff like that you're probably not going to find. I have it all backed up though. There. Save. Let's see where this ends up. I'm good, Smoked. How are you? Yeah. Did you ever stream on Mixer or just Twitch? No, I never streamed on Mixer because Twitch had an exclusivity clause a little while back. Yeah, that's since gone. Hi, YouTube chat. I see you over there. Yeah. I really wish they had not done that for the longest time. If I had non-exclusivity, I would have probably started streaming on YouTube simulcasting, like, probably like a number of years ago. No, Mixer is long gone. All right, let's experiment with this. Revision 4, 8, 13, 24. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of this. Let's start playing with the shuttle's arrow shell. So I was thinking, you know, I need to look at the shuttles for reference. I need to look at the shuttle for reference. Why don't I just take the shuttle's shield off and just put it on here? And that, it's really not too bad for what I'm looking for. Here, let me explode this fairing and let's try and see if we can figure out where this thing lives if we put the nose cone back where we want it. Balls. Yeah, it's covering up the windows. That is not what I want. But if we shift this, oh, I do not hate that. That's pretty good, man. The thing is, though, we're not following our profile. I really like that shape. That shape is what we're looking for. But the vehicle is getting a lot fatter this way. That would be the way, that would be pretty much what I want right there. But once again, now we're fouling on the cockpit. Is the extra mass worth the outcome? Extra mass. What do you mean, Bree? To get it to fly right? Yeah. Or to get it to fly how I want? Yeah. Yeah, I would say the extra mass is useful for getting it to fly right. Yeah. Yeah. And before you say, well, aren't the panels heavy? They're 10 kilos per panel. It's 22 pounds. They're actually pretty damn light. The smallest panels are super light, actually. That's definitely aluminum. Definitely aluminum. Or at least some material consistency with it. Fat dart part. Yeah. Yeah. Damn, I really like that. But now we're really kind of constricting us to launching on a 375 diameter, 3.75 diameter vehicle. What 375 fairings do I have, or 375 payload attachment fittings do we have? We have Jebstone 4, MLV. I think that's it. Did I see your last? No, I didn't. If you don't tag me, Pandarific, I'm gonna assume you're not talking to me. Not for any like bad reason. I'm just, there's a lot of you here. Instead of the fairing, can the triangles be continued one more layer and clipped straight into the nose itself? That was what we were going with the R3. Or you could use a Starliner aft skirt. I mean, Rocket Guy, that shape's what we want. That's pretty good, man. Yeah, no, but that's kind of what this ended up being. That's kind of what Dart is morphing into. And you know what, man? I'm kind of here for it. Not gonna lie to you. Kind of here for it. I really don't think that that's the worst idea. The other thing that we could do is actually mess with the fairing shape. Because that isn't bad either. That's basically what I want. But the fairing shape is all screwed up. Let me think. Could we edit the fairing shape to bring that edge in a little bit? If we brought that edge in a little bit, we'd have to bring this edge up. If you could go back to mission mode 2 and do Dart again, what would you fix? That's the whole purpose of this exercise, T-Man. Just a note, the fairing plus the additional fairings may have too much nose lift, but we won't know until we get a more complete look at the wind tunnel now. That's the other thing I'm worried about, introducing another fairing into the front of this. Because that's going to shift our COL, the center of pressure is going to move way forward. All right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, 80 months from Rarest. Happy sub day. Thanks, man. Sub day. Sub dub day. Do you need the fairing? I'm thinking. So I'm kind of running between two designs in my head here. First design would be just borrowing the entire nose cone and figuring out a way to make that work. The other way is, which is probably what we're going to end up doing, because even though I really like this is excellent. That shape from the side is
Discovery, go at throttle up.
perfect. That's exactly what we want. We just need to round off the top here a little bit. Hey Rick, 9 month reset. Hey, you got the sub back. Nice. No, T-Man, it doesn't make sense to try and develop two of them. No, no. Don't want to do that. Now, that is more or less where I would want my original arrow shell to be. Problem is that the fairing's in the way now. If we got rid of the fairing though, right? If we got rid of it, we gotta find the right position. That's the right spot. Thanks for your message though. Yeah, no problem, dude. I'm thinking. All right, I got an idea. Problem is that if I go to mess with the fairing, I'm having trouble visualizing what, if I go to make it match that, I'm having trouble kind of seeing what it'll look like matching this shape down here. We might be able to just reshape this a little bit, maybe use a different style fairing, like the smaller one. Somebody suggested, I saw somebody say it, but yeah, we could use the 125 fairing and get a different shape. What I'm really worried about is two big things. Hatch obstruction. If we build the fairing out and it's obstructing the hatch so the Kerbals can't get out, we have to find another way for them to get out. Which means I have to incorporate some type of egress mechanism over here, which is going to screw up it's going to screw up the mass of everything. Hey Alex, what's going on? Thinking. Back to the R3 real quick. The R3 still had the old nose cone. Let's just go R4. I'm gonna overwrite the craft file just because I want a craft file that has the first arrow shell that we were making and the second one as well. There's no difference in changing the file. It's not a big deal. The other thing that I'm thinking about, okay, I'm working on two kind of solutions in my head here, and I haven't thought about it enough to plain English it to you guys, so just bear with me. Oh, man. It's actually a sweet freaking shape. If we're gonna make a uncrewed vehicle or something, Or if I wasn't insistent on windows, this would be a really good way to do this. I mean, let's just put that in there. Put that in there and call it a day. It's Windows. Somebody did suggest doing this the other day too.
You want it? Then work it. You need it? Then earn it. You want it? Then do it. You need it? Then earn it.
Really doesn't look too bad now, does it? Yeah, the thing about this though is that the hatch is you are absolutely obstructed here. We look at the engineer's report. Yeah, you're absolutely hatch obstructed. Doesn't look bad though. Looks pretty rad. That actually looks super cool. I'll have to think about that. It really, you know what that looks like? That looks like an X24. It looks like that. That's why it looks right, because it looks like the X24A. That's funny. A Perspex cockpit like that though is not Perspex. This style of cockpit is probably not going to work too well. You really wouldn't want it right there because that's extremely close to the plasma knife, mate. Real close to the plasma knife. It does look sick though. That looks really cool. That's something to remember for other aircraft designs.
You want it?
Do they need to exit from there? Yeah. It looks cool. It really does. That really does look right, which is funny. But that's not really what I'm going for.
You want it? You want it? You want it?
What's up, Geek? Mr. Dick.
You want it? 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 Then do it.
Hey, Rocket Guy, are you here, man? You ever seen anybody propose doing something like that? I mean, where my mind is going, right? Where my mind is going is why did nobody ever just take the front of the space shuttle's shape, particularly this, and then try to make that into a little lifting body by itself? Any particular reason why nobody would ever have tried this? No, I'm not talking like saw the front of the shuttle off and make it into a vehicle, like no payload bay or anything. I'm pretty sure someone did propose that. NASA did propose that at some point. I'm talking about this whole shape right here. Why not? That right there is a good lifting body shape. It's arguably one of the best lifting body shapes, right? No, the X-34 is... No, Sam, not really. Important question. Did the shuttle have the payload capacity to lift an Avenger cannon into space? Yes. An Avenger cannon wouldn't last very long, Nader. You'd probably jam after 3 to 4 shots. So it'd be like... It would overheat. No way to convect heat. There's no way to convect the heat away. It would just melt. As would most guns. Which is why every time you see guns firing in space in the movies, it's cringe as hell. For all mankind, I'm looking at you. They were shooting CAR-15s, CAR-15s on the moon in the 70s for all mankind. It's okay. They're moon guns. You know why? They painted them gray. Modify it for liquid cooling. It's because you recently found out it's best to start from scratch with a new vehicle. You have to balance so many different variables. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Nukanora, a gyrojet would work in space. Sure. Yeah, because it makes sense to clean sheet designs. But yeah, that's that shape is actually quite good, dude. Interestingly enough. Sublimation cooled guns, problem solved. Okay. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take this. We're gonna move this over here like this. And we're gonna make sure that it's perfectly straight. All right, now I'm gonna get my rulers again. And what I wanna do here. I'm gonna take a ruler and check this out, guys. We're gonna do a little bit of a trick. I'm having trouble, we gotta take the fairing, right? And we gotta make the fairing match the profile of this. That's where we gotta do a slight modification, right? Because we need to do that slight modification, what I'm thinking would be a good idea to do is to measure the top of the profile curve, right? Yeah, okay, here's what we got to do. Let's measure the top of the profile curve and then go from there. So the reason why I straighten the nose here is because it's easier to place the rulers that way. So let's go in here like this, move this back to where we want it by making the fairing click through. Right, going to absolute snap. And that more or less is where we need our nose cone to be, right? So now, what I would have to do with this shape is change the fairing shape. So, watch this. We're gonna do some... cool stuff here. So move the rulers down, right? Move the ruler back. Extend the first thing on the ruler, right? We might not need the second one. I just put the second one there in case we need it. And now let's measure the curve of that capsule, right? Okay. Oh, I missed a step. Hold on. I screwed up. I rerouted by accident. Reload. I screwed up. We need to find a way to space. You don't need machine guns in space, dude. And I'm not saying that because it's like, no, violence in space is wrong. Dude, you don't need to do that. All you got to do is shine a light at a satellite and get it to rotate 4 or 5 degrees so the antennas are pointing in the wrong direction. Yeah. You don't need to do that. You don't need to shoot at satellites. Just go up and do that. Just, hi. Boop. Spin it out of control. Easy. That's... Fighting in space is not how we fight on the ground, dude. We don't need to cut tanks in half up there. And yeah, with satellites, just shine a light at them. Seriously, shine a light. Laser pointer the optics, if you really want to, or just push it out of the way. Communicating with the satellites is entirely dependent on your antennas on the ground pointing at the thing. If the antennas on the satellite aren't pointed in the right direction, case in point, the IM-1 mission, you're gonna have a bad time. And it doesn't need to be out of the way permanently. All you got to do is move the antenna out of the way for a second, and then do your thing. We don't need in space. You're memeing because. Yep. Yeah, all you got to do is stick a banana in the tailpipe. You're not gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe. All right, so here, little thing on object hierarchies here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a fuel tank here. This is the step that I missed, and this is why I reloaded the file. All right, watch. A little bit of a learning moment here. So, check this out. If I disable the interstage nodes here, and see the I-beam is supposed to show you the orientation on the fuel tank. Now, the I-beam I can rotate independently of the fairing. The reason why is because that tank is parented. It's parented to the fairing. It's attached to the fairing on an interstage node. The interstage nodes are lined up with the center of that fairing. All right. So here's what we're gonna do, and this is the mistake that I made the first time when I just tried to do this a second ago, and then I rerouted to the wrong thing. So check this out. Let's get our rulers, right? I gotta make the ruler again. The reason why I make sure everything is nice and straight is because you use absolute snap to ensure precision, to ensure that the ruler is lined up with everything. The strut is lined up with everything on the ruler. All right, so now I got my rulers. Okay, so now we take all this and we rotate it back, move it back into position. I think it's off. It needs to be at 10 degrees. And we put the nose cone where we need. Now, get rid of the I-beam. That was just for show. Now we switch this to local. That's the wrong axis, idiot. Move this up here like this. And now my fuel tank, because we're on local orientation, so it's rotating, it's moving on an axis that's relative to the fairing that's angled down 10 degrees. All right, now we take our rulers. So we can solidify these fairings in the back. Take the ruler, and I don't think we're going to need both of them. Like I said, we're probably only going to need one. You take the ruler, and you can eyeball it. I mean, there's really no way to get super precise unless you have, like, I don't know if there's some advanced editor control mod for this, but... I don't think we'll need the second ruler here, so we can get rid of it. You know what? We'll just leave it, just in case we want to measure something else. All right, so now, watch this. So that's more or less in the position that I want, right? The thing I was worried about is that, so if you look at the bottom of this fairing, that 1/8 that we put in there, the shuttle's nose cone fairing, right? The dark one. If we look at this one, the profile line pretty much lines up with the panels. If I change the top profile line, it's going to change the bottom. How much is it going to change? Well, that's what we're going to figure out now. So if we go to the fairing, switch the fairing back to exploded, and now we rotate our fuel tank 180 degrees. There's your profile line. What I'm thinking, redo this fairing, with a different part. We could redo it with a, I don't know, a smaller one. Right? We do need to generate body lift up at the front, and the fairing will absolutely do that. Right? It will absolutely do that. And we know this aero shell works really well because it works well with the shuttle. And that should get us to do what we want. That should get us what we want. You were inquiring about a cutoff shuttle nose as a reusable vehicle. I remember this, Jeb. Oh. Wow, it's taking a second to load that. Okay. This is an AIAA document. Oh, the hammerhead. Yes, the hammerhead. Nice. That's not what you're showing, but I know. But also the hammerhead. I know this PDF. I've seen this thing before. Yeah. They're talking about shuttle derivatives. There is Extendo shuttle, cuz. With another payload segment in there and an extended strake. Same wing. And then the passenger variant with just 2 rows of seats inside of the payload bay. Yeah, this... This frickin' thing, though. Freaking cursed, dude. Freaking cursed. Oh, no. 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 Dude, no. That, please, God, no. That looks awful. I hate it so much. Alex, you're looking at this thing up here, though. What you wanted me to see was, give me a second. That. Yeah. That one's pretty funny, too. That is a smart reuse space shuttle where you took the shuttle aft segment and you made it into a re-entry vehicle, and it comes back down and it parachutes. Yeah, that's actually kind of cool. That's a cool idea. I like that one. This is basically what I was talking about, but this would be like taking a Centaur and jamming it into the back of a shuttle fuselage. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like that's not cool. That's a pretty cool idea. Remember, looks mean nothing, only function. Breadbox is best shuttle. No, it is not. It is not. You know why it's not? Because the shuttle is the best shuttle. You know why? Because that one flew. So please tell me more about how your fictional vehicle flies better than the actual thing. Yeah, just let me know. Dude, this is the stuff we could have been doing with the shuttle, man. Infinite possibilities. We could have been cooking with this thing, dude. Yeah, there was a variant of the shuttle to get more performance out of it, to increase payload capacity, of adding SRBs to your SRB. Yep. See? Yeah, this is all proposed. This was never done. But these are some pretty awesome variants. Extendo shuttle is cursed. I hate that thing. I hate it. I hate it. It looks ridiculous. Passenger shuttle, that's a death trap. I'm not, yep, nope, that's a really good way to kill 200 people. Humpback shuttle is just... You know what? I'm body shaming it. Not afraid to say it. The engineless orbiter concept is a thing. How dare you? The 5-segment one I hate the most. Dude, I hate it so much. That's SLS boosters on a shuttle stack. It's just what are you doing? Why would you do this? The hammerhead is a good idea. There was a proposed variant of the shuttle that put a fairing, a 10-meter fairing, basically on the front of the external tank. Yeah. So the shuttle could carry payload in the payload bay, but actually you don't really need to carry anything. But there's a gigantic fairing at the front of the ET. Yeah. 10 meter PLF on the front of the external tank. Yeah. That's actually super cool. I really don't mind that. My favorite shuttle variant, which I don't think is in here, is the aft cargo carrier. There is a variant, shuttle variations and derivatives that never happen. Yeah, there's a variant of the shuttle called the aft cargo carrier, and it's not putting a fairing on the front, it's putting a fairing on the back. There's this empty spot right here where you could put an 8.4 meter fairing called the aft cargo carrier on the back of this thing. And that would afford you a gigantic amount of extra space. This is minimal modification to the stack. That's why I think it's a good idea. You don't need to do much. You just add a fairing onto the back. This is aerodynamically dead space on a shuttle stack anyway. So putting a fairing there is not going to affect the aerodynamics of the vehicle too much. There's empty space there and flames usually on the way up. Right? Wasn't it problematic due to the heat of the SRBs? My guess is that's probably the reason why it never happened, Alex, but also... Dude, I don't know. Like... Okay, take this fairing and thermal protection system, right? Yeah, you're gonna take a hit on payload mass, right? But also, this is prime for opening up the hydrogen tank as a wet workshop. If you put in the provisions back here, right, for an airlock into the back of the ET, right, and there's already an inspection hatch right there. The hatch to get into the ET, get inside of one, is actually down at the bottom here, right? You put an airlock module, something like Skylab here. I'll show you. So Skylab has a docking ring at the front up here, right? The multiple docking adapter, this piece right here. It's basically a space station module that's attached to the front of an empty S4B, right? You put that, something like that, in the aft cargo carrier, and then you Skylab an external tank. Is it a complicated mission? Yeah, absolutely, it's a complicated mission. But now you have a gigantic space station that the shuttle can build off of. You basically put a Unity style module here, a 6-axis CBM with a docking port here, right? Dude, we could have been cooking with this thing. We could have been cooking with the shuttle. It's an instant station. You put the pieces that you need here to evac out and use the autogenous pressurization lines from the external tank. Right? You use the AP lines from the external tank to evac all the gaseous hydrogen out of this thing, and then you pressurize it. And boom. Instant freaking space station. But see, like, it's funny because, you know, they're coping hard with like, oh yeah, let's do an EVA operation with the shuttle still attached to the external tank where we EVA 2 guys down onto the external tank and have them unbolt the damn thing. Bro, that's cringe. That is cringe right there. That's cringe. That's cringe. Aft cargo carrier. Cringe. Look at how complicated that is. What you're gonna? Somebody thought that was a better idea? Cringe. This is cringe. That's disgusting. Aft cargo carrier. That is all. It's cringe. Okay? Anyway, back to our rulers. Man, dudes, I need kinematics. I'm gonna get Dart going. I need inverse kinematics for my robotic arm on my shuttle so I can show people the chadliest ideas. Andrew, EJ, will you fly me to the moon? Sure. That ignores the capability of the Canadarm. The shuttle could easily build a gigantic... You could build the ISS off of that. Like, and that's... Dude, like, I don't understand. That's such an Okay, don't get me wrong. Everything is complicated when it comes to using the space shuttle. All right? Everything carries a certain factor of difficulty. Right? This... Somehow thinking, and don't get me wrong, these are all proposed at different times. Somehow thinking that this would be a simpler thing to do, disassembling an external tank while it's attached to the shuttle on an EVA operation in low Earth orbit, you're crazy. Crazy. Like, I don't know. I think what the idea here is that it's using the external tank to make a transfer vehicle, which is a little bit different than what we're trying to do. But yeah, aft cargo carrier, man, could do it. Like, look at the cope. Look at the freaking cope. Like, oh, let's extend the shuttle. Okay. No. Cope. Cringe. Disgusting. What is this? What is this? What the heck is this? No. Beluga shuttle is blurst. It's terrible. Get rid of it. Like all this, look at all this cope. You could do all this with the aft cargo carrier. You wouldn't have to just coping. Just coping. It's just cope. It's cope. Cope and seethe. Okay? That's actually a good idea. That would be cool. But you wouldn't need to do that with the aft cargo carrier. Aft cargo carrier does everything that you need. What's wrong with the stretchy cargo bay? It's weird. And I'm not even talking looks, dudes. It's just strange. It's just a strange shape. Anyway. All right, so that line that we're going to use for the fairing is not exactly going to work how I want. It'll clip into the fuselage a little bit. All right. Hey, Rocket Guy, you want to help me figure out, or at least point me in the right direction to making the robotic arm on my shuttle use the joystick? You wanna go ahead and help me out with that? With KRPC? I'll pay you. Not even kidding. It's on your to-do list. Dude, because like I said, where I'm getting held up is my inability to code. I'm not a good coder. Yeah, not good enough. Not yet, at least. I mean, I could learn it. It's just that it's going to take a long time, right? I'm much better with the hardware. However, if CTS5 had... If I had an IK controller for that, we could do some nasty stuff with the shuttle. I would do all this aft cargo carrier stuff. Okay, Andrew. Hit me up on Discord. All right. Do you realize that by the 2030s, it's likely we won't have any shuttle launch science missions active anymore? Yeah. Hit me up on the NSF Discord. All right, Andrew. I'll think about it. I usually don't outsource work, but I don't know if you've, Andrew, I don't know if you've seen the shuttle. So if you're coming from the NSF Discord, Andrew, you'll probably appreciate this. Actually, you know who would appreciate this? Chris B would appreciate this orbiter. This is the most stock-alike orbiter that I could get to the actual thing. This thing looks and flies like the real one. It's really difficult, dude. It's not exact one-to-one, but it's damn close. And when I say it flies like the real one, I mean it flies like butthole. It flies terrible, but that's the idea. It flies great when you're going through re-entry. It flies excellent, right? Now I have my payload bay and I have my longeron pins, right? And we have the arm and the servo power amplifiers and everything are where they need to be. And we have, I'm using a docking port as a grapple fixture, right? In lieu of not having a, latching end effector, right? But I have there's no software governing the control on this thing. He said the word, nice. So that's new Dart, yes, Green. Mm-hmm. But this thing works exactly like the real arm. We even have the provisions and mounting points for another one. I could put another one on the other side, or I could put an OBSS in here. The orbital boom sensor sensor scanner, we could put that in there. I have provisions to put it on either side, or just use two arms, from a hardware point of view. But I went to assemble the space station without inverse kinematics one time, and it sucked. It was awful. It was terrible. It was a struggle. I spent like 6 hours trying to get a module lined up. What are the controls like in real life? Okay. So I'm trying to, I know the controls in real life, but I'm trying to think how it would work. How would we translate into Kerbal? Okay, so you have two joysticks for the arm. One is translate, so you have 6 degrees of freedom with the arm, but using inverse kinematics. So one joystick can go up, down, left, right, forward, and back. Right? It's used for translation, and the other one is used for rotation. But you have to set what you can either use straight kinematics or you can control individually each piece. It's actually, dude, the system for Andrew, the system for 1981 is really, really, really advanced. It's some really trick stuff for the early 80s. In terms of robotics, it's actually pretty damn good. Kind of like an excavator. Here, I can show you. We're getting a little bit sidetracked here, but that's okay. Where's that shuttle ops manual? Hold on. Oh, Ordon, you can control it from anywhere. There's a bunch of cameras. Dude, let me find the operations manual. Pretty sure I have it downloaded. Here we go. All right, so it's like 389 or something. No. I actually went and read through that part of the ops manual in detail when we were trying to figure this out before, trying to figure out the RMS. No, that's not where we need to be. The arm is all manual, but it's not all manual. It uses inverse and also I think it's forward kinematics too. It's been a while since rigging class and 3D. That's MPS. I don't want that. Ah, bingo. Here we go. So you have a bunch of closed circuit TV cameras. There's one on the end effector. There's one on the elbow. The pieces of the arm are basically the shoulder, arm, elbow, forearm, and wrist. It is built to work exactly like an arm. It's the same thing, same idea. On the aft control panels on 8U and 8L is all the controls for it here. So you have your translate hand control and rotate hand control. THC, some people just went, what? And RHC, right hand control or rotational handle controller, and your translational handle controller. I don't know how we get that to work with KSP, the translate hand controller. I would need to have two joysticks. Unless there is a joystick like this around that you could plug into your computer. I'm sure there is. I'm sure we could find one. So basically it's powered by a bunch of motors, and the cool thing is that depending on your payload, you have power amplifiers or SPAs. Each joint in the arm contains a digital servo power amplifier, and these power amplifiers are there to amplify the power on the arm and depending on what payload you're moving. So the arm doesn't use more power than you need whenever you're moving stuff around. So if you have a higher mass payload that you're grappling out of the shuttle payload bay, you can divert more power to the arm through the servo power amplifiers. I did that in Kerbal by overclocking the robotics. That's your end effector right there. And yeah, there's a thermal system on the arm to make sure that the motors get to the right operating temperature there. So you have you have degree inputs here on X pitch, Y yaw, Z roll. So 6 degrees of freedom here. And then you can set your parameters. Over here sets what part you control or which piece of the arm you control. Over here is you can basically use kinematics or you can operate it manually. And then there's backup pieces over here too. That's the other part. I know I have a 3D joystick for rotational control for the arm. I just need something to translate. I mean, I might have another joystick here that we could use for it, but long story short, you can take point of view from the television camera and your controls will bind to wherever your CCTV is. So if you're controlling from the end effector and you translate forward, it'll do this. So say we pulled the payload out of the payload bay, right? And I have the camera that's basically wrist mounted right here, and I go forward on my translate controller, it'll do that. See what I'm talking about? If we go up, it'll do this. Now, that doesn't seem like much. That doesn't seem like... What's the big deal, EJ? Why can't you make it do that? Well, using joints that rotate. So this is a ball joint, ball and socket, right? That's a hinge, and your wrist is another ball and socket, right? Getting rotational joints to do linear controls like that is hard, but the arm can basically do this. It can move pieces like this and then move them that way like that. That's actually pretty crazy robotics for 40 plus years ago. That's pretty crazy robotics for 40 plus years ago, let alone something that's on the back of like a 60-ton orbiter. So this basically takes it so the input from the arm is very intuitive. Oh, I want to go forward. Whoop, go forward. I want to move to the side. Okay, go to the side. Easy peasy. And then you can switch each one and you can rotate each piece individually if you really want to. That's why, so fellas, once again, this is a little bit of a side note, but if I can get a way to do this, if we can get a way, basically, we could get a control interface working for my shuttle's robotic arm to make it work like the actual arm, I will do despicable things with the shuttle. Like, despicable things. It's not it's not calculus, it's trig. Maybe with a little bit of calc. Kinematics is tough. Just use IJKH. Yeah, I mean, Rocket Guy, if we do that, we'd have to lock out. So here's where this gets complicated, right? You only have so many keys on the keyboard in KSP, right? We would have to find a way to lock out the flight control systems for the shuttle and just use the arm, but also use SAS lock and keep the SAS, for instance, locked on prograde, so we keep the orientation of the shuttle correct. You'd need to put a detent and a lockout on the flight controls to switch to robotic controls. And that means you're double binding controls now. Yeah, exactly, Wolfie. That is, it's an arm in the truest sense of the word. It's just an arm. Fun fact, like I said, the shuttle could carry 2 of them. Yeah, the shuttle has the provisions on the A8L and the A8U, the robotic arm panels on the back of the flight deck. You can switch between left and right. So, for instance, and once again, this is the capability they built into this thing, and then they never used it. It's so frustrating, right? So you could have one arm, for instance, grapple. The shuttle goes and it grapples a space station module, right? And then you have the other arm. You just lock that in position. You just hold that arm, and then you can take the other arm, pull something out of the payload bay, and make them kith. The shuttle could do this. It could do that. It could just join modules together because it's designed to build space stations. It never did it. It has the provisions to do it. Every mission that it flew, you could do that. But it never did it. What they did end up doing is putting a selfie stick in the second arm slot, and they used that selfie stick to take pictures of the thermal protection system. It's a selfie stick. It's the OBSS. Yeah, there's a toggle switch to move between the 2 arms. But yeah, there's your degrees of rotation. My arm, the arm hardware that we did in KSP is copying this. It's a direct copy of all of that right there. And then there's the MPM, so the arm can rotate out of the way and jive well with the shuttle doors and stuff. And then there's the latching mechanism. Mine has the striker bar and the RMS retention mechanism. I used same vessel collision and a little antenna right there with 2 thermometers. You toggle SVI and yeah, it'll pop out. It's cool because the arm is totally reusable and it's totally stowable. You could stow it every time. You could reuse it. It's fine. I want Starship to do stuff like this. This is why I want Starship to have a shuttle-style payload bay, so it could just take stuff and make 2 modules kiss. Now, kiss! But yeah, fellas, if I could get IK working for this thing, I would keep going with that save. And then it's just trying to figure out a way to reuse the damn thing. I made this shuttle reusable. The pins that lock to the external tank are... The pins that lock to the ET are reusable. There's guide pins, just like the real one. And then the forward bipod strut is on a docking port. It docks on the bipod strut. And then there's a pin back here that I used on my external tank that I made out of an RCS ball, right? And then the part that the RCS ball is attached to is designed, it has a strutting mechanism there to strut to the heaviest local part, which is like the engines or the fuel tank or something. Is this shuttle available for download? I don't release my shuttle designs. The arm is wrapped in thermal blankets, yeah. But yeah, I mean, Andrew, that's not a bad idea. Maybe I should go ask an SF Discord. That's really not a bad idea. But yeah, Rocket Guy, if anybody wants to help me with this, just we'll see. And the stack is ready to go. We built space stations with it. The problem is just building it is hard. I built Space Station Freedom with the shuttle in a save. It's a freaking awesome mission. Check it out. I've already done it, just not integrated with KRPC and not with an arm larger than 60 OF. But yeah. Rocket Guy, if I shoot you over a copy of the shuttle's payload bay, or just the orbiter, I trust you won't move it around. You won't give it to anybody. Would you be willing to work with me on this project? Most certainly. Right on, man. Because I frankly love flying this thing. It's, yeah, this thing's awesome. Yeah. Oh yeah, the idea here would be Kerbal construction there to bolt that thing in, which means we'd need a service gantry. I freaking love this thing. I'm telling you, man. I really hope SpaceX looks at all these old shuttle things and all the ideas that they had for what they wanted to do with the shuttle. I hope Starship does it and then some. Like, you have no idea how much I'm gunning for SpaceX to succeed. I need 15-year-old EJ's dreams to come true. Custom modeling it with Kerbal Constructs T-Man would probably be a good way to do it. Should get something like this. Yeah. Ugh. All right. Anyway, back to Dart. Yeah, Pete, we should do it. With everything you know about contingencies in spaceflight, what is the absolute strangest one that you ever heard of? Strangest mission contingency? Probably some of the stuff that came out of the Apollo program. If you watch Scott Manley, if you watch the Apollo program, or know the Apollo program, watch it, okay? Sorry, brain. Yeah, here, this one. Moose. Moose is... There's also the contingency for if the shuttle door doesn't close, yeah. I'll talk about Moose in a second. The contingency for if the space shuttle door doesn't close or it doesn't latch correctly is to have somebody EVA into the payload bay and hold it shut. And ride down in an EVA suit inside of the shuttle payload bay during re-entry. Theoretically, it should be fine, but also that's kind of dumb. Yeah, go Slim Pickens in the payload bay. Yeah, and then hold the payload bay door shut. That was the solution there. That one's pretty dumb. Man out of easiest space is pretty stupid as well. It is a re-entry EVA suit. Yeah. That'd be a stressful game of rock, paper, scissors. I mean, Pete, here's the thing about it. Like, theoretically, it should be fine. Like, what is just because the payload bay is unpressurized is it's a big deal, right? Like, the EVA suit has plenty of time. Like, it could spend 6 hours up outside of completely contained. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. But my thing would be like, what if you're riding the thing down and, like, you know, you're strapped in and you go to hold the payload bay and something pokes the suit, then you're screwed. Like, in concept, it's not that bad of an idea. But also, you know, that's not the, you know, there's a lot of things that could go wrong there. Yeah, man out of space easiest is also pretty strange. That's pretty crazy. Not the worst idea, but pretty freaking crazy. That would be a big one. You'd have to find a way to bolt a seat down back there, Hellfish, because you cannot stand up in an EVA suit on the ground. EVA suits weigh 600 pounds. The EVMU, it's a spaceship. You're not... Dude, a bodybuilder would have trouble with that spacesuit moving around, or even standing. You need to basically sit there, and they need to basically strap you to a seat, and you just do this the entire time. I have something that does come close to that in terms of craziness, if you want. I mean, Element, you're carrying all the provisions for water and oxygen on your back for 6 hours. Think about it, dude. Actually, I might be confusing it with another thing. I might be confusing it with A7L. The EVMUs... You're going to have to fact check me on it, dude, just to be sure. Yeah, actually, somebody go look that up just to be sure. How would they get out of the payload bay? You just depress the hatch when you're back down and go into the payload bay and unbolt the person out of the suit. I mean, Scott did a video on it, Noah, one time. I forget exactly what the details were. Either way, it's a crazy idea. Extravehicular mobility unit. It's 250 Element. You're actually right. 115 kilos. That's still heavy. I don't know where 600 pounds came from. I'm thinking of something else. Sorry, guys. I mean, yeah, it's not 600 pounds. I was thinking, I must have been thinking of something else. 250 is still no joke. That's heavy. That's hard. That would be hard to walk around in. Maybe I was thinking of the A7L. I don't know. Somebody's going to have to... If somebody wants to go do a deep dive into that, I want to get back to work. Okay, so here's what I want to do now. I want to take this ruler and I want to basically have it fill in the profile curve that we would ideally want for the bottom, and then we'll see what that looks like for the top. Here, let's rotate this piece back up into position. Okay, that's the profile that we want. Let's flip this around. See, this is no good because it collides with the fuselage. So I need more rulers. What I need to do with these rulers is mark positions, so I'm trying to get the profile for this, and I'm gonna make a different fairing. So mini shuttle, what for? What's the mission? This Solinar over in the YouTube chat is I'm doing this to kind of get back into playing KSP1 and remembering how to do everything, remembering all my building tricks like using rulers and stuff before we start building out a bigger space program. Whether this thing is going to be used or not, I don't know. I mean, I can't see us not using it, you know what I mean? Especially after I put in all the work, but depends. We get that robotic arm with the shuttle stuff working, we might not need this. Hello, Bobbington. How are you, old boy? Everything coming along swimmingly across the pond? That was like 3 accents at least. Oh, positively. Oh, good show, sir. Or something. Okay. Just leave the other 2 rulers there. Battle!
Discovery, go at throttle up.
2 years. Thank you, buddy. Okay. I'm taking measurements. These are marking where the fairing needs to... If I build the fairing out, it's marking where it needs to be. And clicks. So now, edit the fairing. Okay, there's my updated fairing. Now let's... Yep, nope, that's not exactly right. What software am I using? This is Kerbal Space Program, Tom. I'll be able to take this thing if I hit the launch button, take it out, and actually fly it around in a simulator. And you could fly it. You could fly all the way into space in the game. No, that's really not doing what I want. Okay. Okay, that was a good exercise, but yeah, that's not going to work. Just getting the fairing to bridge that shape down there is not going to do what I want. We're going to need to do it with an arrow shell. All right, so let me just pull the shuttle's surfaces off. Let's get rid of that. That was a good idea, but yeah. Here's the next solution. So angle the nose cone. 10 degrees. Absolute. Snap that into position. That's what I had before. And that doesn't look too bad. But, you know, we'll copy that. Just place it back there as a placeholder. Then we'll take the shuttle arrow shell, right? We'll attach the shuttle arrow shell in symmetry and see if we can build out the shape that way. Hey, yes, what's going on? That's actually not bad, dude. I know what I'm looking for. Once again, the whole deal is blending that damn shape. All right. Give me 1 second, dudes. I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. We are going to evacuate the wastes.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Share. I love watching you work through issues and come up with better solutions. We need to get you an AE degree. Jared, don't. I would love to. I'm serious. I'd love to. So here's my problem. The stream requires a lot of upkeep. Also house, also wife, also dog. I would love to. Where the heck am I going to find the time to do this? We'd have to. The only choice is to cut into stream time.
And good evening to all of you folks back home. Isn't this exciting? We're being seen all over the world.
Oh, yes, I know. 700
They had a sig. I love the gold. Thank you.
joining us.
Dog, what did I miss? I have a dog, yeah. Sevi, I got a dog in June. He hasn't been around lately, but we do have Pupper Cam when he does come around.
Will be on the grounds of the world-famous
His bed's back there.
Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back.
But yeah, I like working the problem, dude. I like sitting here and figuring it out. It's my zen. It just, I can clear my head, focus on something, and just stream the coursework. They'll be okay with it, I promise. It's expensive in both time and money. Yeah, I can't even guarantee that I'll get a return on investment there, man. AE degrees are expensive. Sometimes that's what you got to do, S. Wait. You tell me you got a green screen. You're not actually in mission control. Yeah. Sorry about that. Are you kidding me, Brian? That would make the best content on stream. Watching me struggle through differential equations. People would love it, but I would figure it out. The question is would you want to see that? And then, so like, say I do, fellas, say I do do that. What do we do with this stream? Doesn't, I already have student loans for my first degree that I'm still paying off. And a mortgage and everything else. I would need to make a lot more money. How would we make an AE degree on stream work to make us more money? How would we do that? Like, I don't like talking about it like this, but that's the truth. You stay as a streamer for my mental health. Yep. What's the highest level mathematics do you think you're good at? Dudes, okay. Look, I'm not dumb, all right? I act like it, but I'm not stupid. right? I mean, the highest math smoke, I could learn any math. That's not a problem. You see some of the stuff we've done in KSP, I could learn it. I'm honestly, math is just learning another language, guys. There's just this, there's a syntax for it. There's a right way to do it, and that's it. I'm not gonna say it's easy, because I've had someone show me differential equations before and I went, but there's a procedure to it. You follow the procedure, you can solve whatever. It's pretty straightforward stuff, right? Like, and I understand, like I said, I've had somebody that works at NASA walk me through how to do this stuff in an attempt to tutor a long time ago. It worked. Like, I gained a lot of respect for the math and stuff, right? But I refuse to believe that I wouldn't be able to learn it. I could learn it. I'm not. Do you see the stuff that we do? See the stuff I do in 3D? Like, you see the stuff we do in KSP? That's the spatial orientation stuff, like build the tessellated panels, arrow shells, like that. That's, don't get me wrong. There's no overlap in the stuff there, but what, could I not learn it? Yeah, I'm smart enough. I have confidence enough in myself to be able to learn it. It's just time. Time and money is my problem. 500 degrees and 500 bits. Degree cash, thank you. Take online school and stream it all, yeah. It was a genuine question. I apologize. No, there's no need to apologize. I'm not taking it personally. I'm telling you that I could learn it. I'm not too incredibly worried about that. The other thing I could do is just put my nose to the grindstone and study this book in all my spare time. It'd be hard to prove without a degree, though, that you know what you're talking about, but like, it would be hard to get an interview with somebody if I just learned it, but there's no doubt in my mind that I could learn it. Because here, if it's one thing that this whole thing has taught me, doing mission mode, doing all these missions, learning about all this different stuff, learning about history, watching the press conferences, etc., etc., I understand the mentality, I think, the logic workflow. And because of that, I can put context to these equations. You know, you're not learning it cold turkey, right? Like how you would if you just went to go get an AE degree out of the box. I can put context to these equations. I understand what this stuff means. Like, you know, it's easier to be able to do it when you can it's easier to understand math when you can kind of figure out where it's going. When you learn it the first time, when you're younger, it's harder to do because it's abstracted. You don't know what the heck is this for? I don't know why would I use this? You know what I mean? I would love to, dude. I would love to. If I hit the lottery, that's what I'd do. Seriously, I'd stream less and pay off my mortgage, pay off my student loans, and go for it. I mean, the other thing is, you know, Rocket Guy, you said, welcome to the I2 Academy. Dude, if we wanted to do tutoring in that regard, man, and stream it, and you guys watch me struggle through learning, and if you watch EJ ride the struggle bus, which is no different than anything else here, right? Like, I'm sure someone would find that funny, you know? I ride the struggle bus every day, man. I love the struggle bus. I've certainly had to teach many a class. Yeah. Huh. Yep. I think your 3D modeling definitely helps you in KSP. So, well, we're not using it to make games. It definitely helps you stream. Oh, yeah. Being able to move stuff around, and yeah, I could work 3D space, I can work CAD systems, that's no problem. Yeah, like, I'm confident enough that I could walk into a technician job if there was an aerospace company near me. Like, If SpaceX was next door, I would be like, yeah, I'd work there during the day and then work here. You then come and stream, you know? But, I mean, there are some local aerospace companies, but nobody's manufacturing any hardware up here. And that's, like I said, I could walk into a technician shop. I can, dude, we build cars. We build cars. That's not a problem. You know? Cars aren't spacecraft, I understand, but it's close. Yeah, there you go, Sean. Yeah, right. Yeah, okay. Anyway. Let's get back to this. Yeah, the Camaro. Mm-hmm. Thank you. It's coming along. Getting there. So that's with the shuttle's aero shell. This is the shuttle's panel tessellation. And then this is the one that I started working on. Problem is that the shuttles ones tilt. None of them are bridging the gap how I want. What's that? S off topic. Keep dreaming of this. Yeah, keep dreaming. I've run the shuttle through wind tunnel, Jackery. We nailed it. It's real good. It flies, yeah, real good. Will do. All right, get rid of that. Let's. Yeah, Jackery, it's pretty damn good, man. Pretty damn good. It's this shape that I'm wondering. I don't know how we're gonna figure that shape out, but I'm sure we'll get it. Fox says it adds 101 horsepowers. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Ingram. Oh yeah, I forgot about this button. Right on, man. Thank you. Brian, who are you talking to? in YouTube chat. Who you just saying random stuff in my chat again? I don't really understand why you would do this. You're talking about nothing that's even remotely resembling a topic. It certainly seems like it, Aqualux. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, definitely doing the same thing. I don't know why people think they are entitled to just come in here and the chat and say random things, but yeah, they do. I'm not really sure I understand why someone thinks that's okay to do, but it's fine. Wasn't here a lot this year, so it's probably why I missed Doggo News. Workers and resources wasn't really your thing. It's a shame. It's an awesome game, Sebi. And I'm just starting to get to the point where I'm... So, in Workers, dude, I'm getting to the point where I'm really starting to get the hang of things. And, yeah, that's when you'll see the actual, like, crazy city building. The thing is just, it took some time, dude, because that game has a super steep learning curve. But yeah, the Desert Republic is actually starting to do quite well, which is, yeah, good. And if I get that second refinery and that second city up, we are good to go. Maybe I'd give it a shot when you're engineering, when you're playing it again. Yeah, I mean, if you want to, dude, no obligation. It's, dude, like, I'm getting to the point where I can manipulate it like I could cities. The thing about it is that cities was always easy for me to jump into and build awesome stuff in because it played like SimCity 4. So it was very intuitive, very easy to jump into. And Cities 2, look what we did. I just built out this crazy freaking city on the first try. But that, I mean, you get what I'm saying. We built out this awesome thing basically on the first try, and yeah, Workers, it takes a second. So you got to think about it like the learning curve for it. It's like KSP. It's going to take some time to get it right. You know, I'm getting to the point where I'm really starting to understand how all the systems in Workers work, and we're actually getting to the point where I can make some pretty where we're going to make some pretty awesome stuff. So yeah, I mean, if you want to give it another shot, that's cool. If not, yeah, I get it. People either love that game or they hate it. I really had hoped that more of the people that liked watching me play Cities would have liked that game, but there's not that. There is crossover, but there's not much. Skylines 2 is not DOA-S. They're making progress. It's just slow, but yeah, they're making progress. It's just slow. That's really it. Like, I'm honestly not really sure why Cities why they did some of the design decisions that they did in that game. It's very peculiar. Some of the choices that they made are just, I don't understand why you would do that, why you would make that way. What specifically? Like, they added a government subsidy in the game, and they said, oh, well, it's realistic for you to get subsidies from the federal government for your city. But it very much seems like the subsidy thing is just a way to cover up their awful gameplay. The fact that the gameplay is amalgamated, a lot of it is abstracted, it's not nearly as granular as any... It's not nearly as... I mean, it's not as even as granular as, like, Cities 1. It's very weird, man. Like, it feels somehow it's supposed to have some crazy, like, much more realistic system in it, like financial system in it, but it ends up seeming like what's the right way to say it? It ends up being like, I lost my train of thought. Cities 2 doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. It feels like a bunch of the gameplay elements that they introduced in the game was to make up for the fact that they didn't have a finished game. So the end result is like, you get a game that feels like it has no soul. I have Satisfactory for after hours tonight. Guys, yeah. KSP2 felt the exact same way. Yep. Yeah. Yes, it did. Yeah, Phoenix, that's really it, dude. Yeah, that's... And I tried as hard as I could to like cities, and I'll be honest, I do really still like the traffic. But everything else in the game is... Yeah. And then, so here's the thing. They got rid of the subsidy thing, and they're like, okay, we hear you. You guys want more realism. We got it, right? And... okay, that's cool. And then, what was the thing that they added, guys? That just... oh, yeah, tile upkeep. What? You have to pay upkeep on tiles, and that upkeep is correlated to population. So, I don't really understand why you would implement a gameplay feature that punishes players for expanding their city in a city building game. What? Why would you do that? Why would you? That was with the Economy 2.0 patch, and they were like, see, we made it more realistic. It's like, that's not what, no, that's... Yeah, so I went and loaded up my city with like 500,000 population, and I was paying $19 million in tile upkeep. That's... Yeah, James, I know about that game. Look, man, you guys always know how, like, the way I try to play Kerbal is like plausible realism, right? Like, it's something that could exist, right? But it's something that could exist, but it does, like, it could, but it doesn't, right? Like, it plausibly could happen. I very much think that the games that have plausible realism, Workers is a great example, or Kerbal, or even Cities 1 to an extent. Like, you can't, like, if it was just a one-to-one super realistic city builder, you'd spend a year doing all the paperwork to build the bridge, and then like a month building the actual bridge, and it would be the worst game ever. Them implementing a tile upkeep tax in the name of realism is missing the point completely. It's just, you're completely missing the point. Like, that's not why, like, what are you going to do? Are you going to pay upkeep on trees? You pay upkeep on the forest? It just very much seems like a band-aid fix to make up for the fact that they don't know what they're doing, which is very strange, because in Cities 1, Cities 1 was fine. It was good enough. Like, all you needed to do was just make Cities 1 better graphics, a little bit of a UI do-over with better traffic, and you would be like, that's it. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. Just make a game with better graphics that plays off of the first one. I don't understand why. We saw it with Cities, and we saw it with Kerbal 2. Why feel the need to reinvent the wheel? You don't need to. The game's already good. Why would you abandon the first game's core gameplay loops arguably what made everybody like it? Why would you get rid of that to try and substitute it with something else? You don't need to do. You're doing too much. You don't need to do that. You don't need to raise the bar like that. The first game raised the bar. Now you elaborate on it. That was the whole idea. Like I said, I just don't really understand some of the decisions being made regarding gameplay. They don't make sense. I hate that so much. It looks so bad. I trim my beard, see Kraken. I mean, real cities do have upkeep costs on vacant-owned land, but that's not the kind of realism people are screaming for. That's what I'm saying, Siegel. Yes, exactly. You're right. That's what I'm saying. It seems like they said, "Oh, well, you want realism? Here, this is realistic." That's not the realism that you want. That's dumb. Tile upkeep punishes players for expanding their city in a city-building game in the name of realism. That is, once again, dude, that's completely missing the point. You're completely bro. Yeah, dude, I don't understand. That's very strange. Where was your mind at when you thought this was a good idea? Dila, s'il vous plaît. Okay. Would you mind linking the shuttle operations manual? I fell into a rabbit hole and found an inverse kinematic calculator that just might have the same joints as the Canadarm. I have it stored locally, Alex. I can't find it on the internet. I think they had a hole in the economy or moving the subsidies, so rather than fix it, they added land upkeep. Once again, Mason, these gameplay implementations that are implemented, these changes that are implemented in the name of realism just seems like you're covering your own butt because your economic model sucks. The whatever they thought would be a good economic model is awful. Which is interesting to me, because you get a game like Workers. You get a game like Workers that was made by 3 dudes that has dynamic markets, resource upkeep, supply and demand, and it's a communism simulator, for frick's sake. It's a better capitalist simulator than Cities 2 is. That's why I play Workers. That's why I like Workers. Because if I buy a couple tons of gravel, right? You have to buy it. You buy it at the border point. You see the trucks moving the gravel around, and they bring the gravel to your destination. Cities 2 somehow screwed that up. And they have this idea of like filling resources, not filling resources. The docks are all screwed up, right? If you place down a shipping port, right, in cities, it'll just start filling it with resources, and you don't use the resources for everything. If anything, it doesn't even pay attention to demand. Like I don't. And don't get me wrong, I'm not crapping on cities. It's not like I haven't played it. We put a very significant amount of time into playing that game. I don't get what they're trying to do. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. The airports are a nightmare. Whoever made the airport clearly made that airport model in 5 minutes and was like, yep, planes fly off of it. It's 1,100 pages, Jacqueline. So what you're saying is that managing an entire economy from a central office far removed from the production is setting yourself up to fail. Yeah, but that's once again, you're missing the point though. That's not what I'm saying. I mean, yes, I agree, but that's not what I'm getting at, dude. Yeah. I mean, the reason why it's missing the point is because every city builder is like that. Every city builder has planned economy because if you tried to do it like how we do it, you'd spend 8 months trying to make one bridge in your city. You have absolute power in every city simulator because the balance of power is abstracted so you can actually build a city, right? Workers plays off of that, which I think is hilarious. Like in City Skylines 1, the industry DLC, what is that? That's all state subsidized industry. And the industry's DLC was an excellent idea. It's fun, but it's all state run industry. It's all state owned. It's not private, right? You move the resources around, you have goods, you have to move them around somehow, you have trains, etc., etc. Like, Cities 1 did industry better than Cities 2, which goes back to my point. Why would you reinvent the wheel? Kind of hard to make a game when the player doesn't do anything. That's what I mean about plausible realism. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I mean. There's some form of centralization in every single city builder, or else the game would suck. It would suck. Right? It would suck. It'd be terrible. Yeah, as a Politico style negotiations to build a new road. I don't I don't want that at all. I don't want that at all. Any idea why the FAA may have canceled the environmental assessment calls and meetings? I'm not sure, Mike. We could talk about that during space news, though. It doesn't sound like a very fun game, S. That's why there's so many dictators. Probably more fun job than a president in a democracy. Once again, you're missing the point of what I'm trying to say completely and trying to conflate this somehow to real politics, which I'm frankly getting a little annoyed by. But what are you talking about? What do you just want to tell people how much you know about politics in the chat, or is this? I'm so confused. I don't even know what are you trying to say? I don't understand. This, never mind. You're bad. Like I don't know where you're going with it. Sorry. I'm gonna work on the back wings here a little bit. Oh. Coming back to this vehicle, what's it supposed to launch on? It's supposed to launch on a rocket, Sevi. I haven't figured that out yet. This is more just to get verbal building skills back up, dude. Legitimate question, how much science did you start off with? I don't remember. I can yeah, here, I can check the screenshots. Give me 1 second. I have basically pictures of all the stuff that I had unlocked, and I think I started with I don't know. These are just Imahara launches. This is the very beginning of mission mode. I started out with a lot of science. Let me put it to you that way. I've been looking for a minute, but you mentioned earlier about starting a space program, and that's why you're working on your building skills again. Is that correct? That's correct. Yeah. No guarantees that we're even going to use Dart. This was just unfinished business, and I picked a project to try and get back into, dude. Unfortunately, I'm not making forward progress here. I'm sorry for breaking your rhythm. No, it's fine. Yeah, it's all good, man. I'm trying to as I get back more into Kerbal, I'll be able to balance it better, but right now I'm focusing on trying to resharpen my skills here, and yeah, that's proving to be a little bit difficult to do and also keep up with chat. Don't worry, just give me some time. I'll get better at it. Hmm. Say we did do this, right? Say we did use the shuttle shell like this. We could redesign a little bit. I mean, there's a little bit of piece right there that needs to be... Give me 1 second. Hey, Monoprop. What's up, dude? Yeah, Ren. Yeah. So what I'm doing is seeing if we can take more of the shuttle's fuselage, and we might end up making a straight lifting body instead of a winged re-entry vehicle. Guys, I'm not married to the double seats, but what we could do is we could leave it there and just put it inside of a fairing. You'll still have the flight controls. You won't be able to see out the dang windows, but it harkens back to other different here. There were variants, the X-37C, there were variants of it. Crew variants of it, and one of them didn't have any windows, you know? The other one did have some kind of windows, and then a docking port on the back, but, or like docking port on the Zenith, and that made a bulge in the vehicle and made it look a little bit weird. That's an aft-facing APAS right there, but if you do that, you got to move your all your thruster systems around up front. I don't mind either one of these. This is not bad. I don't really mind putting this inside of a fairing here. I mean, even if we get it close, if you went into EVA view and clicked on the or IVA view and clicked on the window, you should still be able to see outside. So what I'm really debating doing here is going with a 3 fairing design, and then just covering up the entire capsule. Now, that does mean we need to add mass, and I need a different egress port somewhere else on the top of the vehicle or wherever, and that does complicate things a little bit, because, yeah, we'd need to do... we would need to do something like this. Not necessarily against it. Don't mind it. Doesn't that mean redoing all the aero testing? Our aero testing was only on the hull by itself, Hellfish. What we learned from it is the most important part, dude. Consider a crew tank and a probe core? What crew tank? No, I don't want to do that. And honestly, this thing would end up looking like the X-38, interestingly enough. Not against it. Seriously. Doing more DC 201. Yeah. I get it. I get you. Not the worst thing we've made. Honestly, not bad. Got to cover that up. We can cover it up by moving the fairing back a little bit. Yeah, that's it's really not bad, dudes. That's kind of what I'm looking for, to be honest. It looks a little bit smaller. I thought it would be longer. Yeah. I mean, we could do 201. We could do some DC 201 style stuff with this, I suppose. See why we wouldn't, or we couldn't. We would need to... How would Kerbals fix the situation on the Starliner? Just send another capsule. Probably blow up the station and themselves at the same time. Let me, let's wind tunnel test this. Angle of attack curves, pitching torque, dry. Ooh, my center of mass is not in a good spot. That's pretty good. That's not pretty good. All right, let's, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these, I'm going to put mass in them, and I'll get us where I want our center of mass to end up. That's where I need the center of mass to be. So now let's bring it back into the wind tunnel and let's look. Go here, like that. Update vessel, apply. Not good. No, this line needs to be straight, and I need my neutral point to be somewhere over here. That's no good. Just wondering if adding that and screwing up the center, or not screwing up, moving the center of lift is going to change anything. No. Want those tiles on the bottom just burned up? No. Why would they? Yeah, Sevi. Sucks. What are you gonna do? I'm just doing some different calculations. Oh. Yeah, that's... Where's it gonna get without any of that? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, not good. Not great. None of this is good. And this design works great, and it allows the crews to eject. Oh, what did you do? Did you put a fairing around it? Oh. Yeah. Okay, I see what you did. Yeah, it's a single fairing. I got it. I got you. I think the tiles are making them drag. Yeah, Smoke, that's the intention. It's a re-entry vehicle. You want to make drag. We're not trying to make it aerodynamic. We want it to slow down, remember? There's a method to my madness, man. Hey, Noobly. No, it's gonna screw it up. Phoenix, yeah, it's good, man. It's good. It does look good like that, Smoke, yeah, but I'm really trying to I'm really trying to find a way to get my shuttle, the shuttle arrow shell, the shuttle fuselage to work with this. I'm really trying hard to get that right. But I'm not, that really didn't give me what I wanted at all, unfortunately. It's a shame because it looks really good. Sucks a lot. Ah. Thing still wants to nose down. Why? I don't get it. Why would it do that? Why does it want to do that? Huh. That's... So what I'm looking at here is you got to find the neutral point. So this is pitching torque. So with pitching torque, what I ideally want at 25 kilometers up, going 1,500 meters a second, I really want it to be able to just hold right around, you know, let's say anywhere between 20 and 45 degrees. I mean, long goal would be to have the line basically be straight right here from like minimal deviation, but still a downward slope from like 0 angle of attack to like 45. Right? Have the line not be steep there, but still be going down. That's really what I'm looking for. Like, I need this to be over here. Basically, this says if I let go of the controls at going 1,500 meters a second, 25 kilometers up, if I let go of the controls, the neutral spot where this thing's going to want to fly is like that, about 42 degrees pitched down. That's neutral, which is completely wrong. That's not good at all. That's bad. It wants to nose into the reentry. Not great. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna save this and I'm gonna start isolating variables here. Let's go in here and delete the fairing, just out of curiosity here, or perseverance. Sneaky, I saw what you said. And let's update the vessel, reapply. Where's our neutral spot? 47. It's even worse. You said that a little while back. That was you, right? It was like, I don't know, 15 minutes ago. Lost track of time, dude. Ha ha ha, time go burr. Angle the bottom back up near the back. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. There's not really much to angle, but there's nothing back there. I was gonna put control surfaces back there. Oh, it was Jim that said it. Oh, sorry, Sneaky. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Nose weight? No. Nose down indicates that our center of pressure is behind our center of mass. Let's try something weird. Yeah, that's better. Moving the COM forward, but that doesn't really make sense. Nose idea. See, Kraken, I don't mind it, but what's the point of the fairing around the capsule in that design? That's what I was trying to do earlier. It's a good idea. You don't want no pitching because that means you have no control over the vehicle. You don't want the line to be flat. You want it to be going down. But you want it to be going down. See, it's going down at, like, for instance, that point right there. It's going down at 68 kilonewton meters. That will exceed RCS. Your RCS only has so much thrust. You know what I'm saying? And then your control surfaces only have your pitching input only has a certain amount of torque from your aero control surfaces. But up at 25, there's not much in the way of pitching input here. My pitching input is nothing because there's no control surfaces on it, right? But that's not control authority, that's stability. It's torque, it's pitching torque. The steeper that line is going down, the more technical stability that you have. But you got to remember, we don't necessarily want stability. We don't want a lot of stability during re-entry because we got to do the S turns. Pure aesthetic, yeah, I got you. All right. Interdasting. And moving my center of mass forward did seem to help, but now, all right, now I want to check something. Let's just get rid of the wings. So, yeah. Okay. No. Yes, not at all. Your angle of attack is going to modulate during re-entry, depending on whether you need to push your trajectory further out, or pull it in further, or turn it left or turn it right. I'm ideally looking for a nominal window between, let's say, 10 degrees positive AOA and like, honestly, in Kerbal, you don't need 45. 45 means you screwed something up. 10 to 35, we need that line to be not straight, but we need that line to be going down just a little bit, just a smidge. That will get me what I want, because that means that my RCS, some of the RCS can be used for compensation, for heading alignment, but most of the RCS is used to be able to maneuver the vehicle. Think about it like you'll have RCS for trim, like trim tabs, and then you have RCS for maneuvering. You got to do that, but with RCS. Understand? That's ideally what I'm looking for. That is what we need to send this thing through. We just need a little bit of stability. I don't want it too stable during re-entry. Because if it's too stable, that means you've made a nuclear warhead. That was Dart's problem. It was way too stable during re-entry. And it just wanted to nose into the ground. Not cool. Not great. Not what I wanted. So what AOA would you like it to be? Passive, stable state. I just told you 10 to 35 would be ideal.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Did you figure out the nose? Not really. Put canards on it and call it a day. Canards on re-entry vehicles is cringe, Yixel. Don't you ever suggest that ever again in this chat, ever. That's cringe. Flaperons are okay. Flaperons are fine. Like Starship, Flaperons are okay. Canards are not Flaperons. Differences. I'm only halfway kidding. I'm annoyed because I'm not making the progress that I want. This isn't doing what I want it to do. Okay. Yeah, sometimes you get days like this, dude. When you choose to do harder projects like this, it happens. Yeah, you get days like this. I gotta, but these streams are necessary, dude. I have to get back on my game. I'm not saying this would have taken me like 2 seconds a year ago at this time, but I probably would have had something a little bit better at this point. Interesting. Start over again. So this shape, I'm gonna rubber duck you guys. I gotta talk myself through this. This shape I need to go from here to here, and then basically follow the contour of the hull from there. Right? Yeah, so this needs to be angled like that. Okay, now here, enjoy the stream. Gotta go. All right, Space Ace. See you, buddy. There. Okay. Now we just have to line this line up. We gotta line the panels so they look more flush. We moved them because the rotational position of these triangles. There. Now what I'm going to do, got to rotate them in, right? Because we did that. Yeah, we got to rotate them. Okay. Come on. Come on. So I'm moving everything in straight 5-degree increments here, more or less, except for the couple of panels that I messed with at the very beginning. We can do more fine tuning later. See, I don't mind this. I really don't. My thing with this now is that I really need this line to be up here. It needs to be up there to make the shape that we want. Because I'm trying to... The bottom of this, guys, basically needs to look like a box. Let me think. All right. Take this piece, right? Like, if we just look at it from this profile, see how it goes out to the sides like that? That's what I need. That's the shape I'm going for. That's what I need. So, like, ideally, I would want these to be, like, up here somewhere. The problem with doing that, though, is if we do that, it doesn't line up with the panel at all. It looks awful. You're way better at tessellation than me, but this gets the point across. Yeah, I told you I tried doing something like that. It didn't come out exactly how I want, but we could do it again. Yeah, no, it's all good, Sea Kraken. That could work, but that's... The thing is the other thing that I'm worried about is introducing another fairing up here. You introduce another fairing, kind of all of our calculations from the double fairing hull gets completely thrown out the window. You know what I mean? See, that's what I want. This is getting us what we want. This is the last time we really went into hard tunnel testing and stuff. This doesn't really do that now, does it? There's no panels up in the front, like what we tested, you know, like. That's the IXV. IXV is another biconic re-entry vehicle design. That's really what we need. That's what we got to do. I got to design the bottom of this thing first. If I could, oh man, if we could make that shape, that'd be money. What about the Lockheed CV? You suggested that before at the end of... Oh gosh, it looks like a birthday cake. It looks like a birthday cake. That is kind of what I'm going for, but it looks like a birthday cake. I need a slice of that. Yeah. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it. Oh my gosh, that's so bad. All right, I think we may have been going about this in a weird, in a weird way. So let's just put that back there, save this for now. How about we try this? What do we want? Well, we want that IXV aesthetic. And I said the bottom of this needs to be flat-ish. So how would we go about doing that? Yeah, okay, I'm not sure I'm about the birthday cake life, you know what I mean? To each their own. If you don't like cake, fair enough. But, man... Okay, we're back to this. What we had before. Just looks awful. See, Kraken, you said before that if you line up a fairing up here on the profile line, you have the fairing go in and then go around this thing, right? You said that that would work, yeah? If I can get a fairing to blend the bottom shape down here, we could have it go into the panel shape and get exactly what we're looking for.
And good evening to all of you folks back home. Isn't this exciting? We're being seen all over the world.
Oh, yes, I know. 700 million people approximately.
So what would that take?
Tonight, some in summer, some in winter. But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your hearts.
Our first group, our first stop, will be on the grounds of the world-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back.
Should have never stopped playing this game, damn it.
Well, let's hit the road.
Thanks, Starfield. Really, yeah. I should have never stopped playing. I'm rusty. I'm worried, guys, that we might need to go back to do it. We might need to do simpler things than this, just so we can get. Yeah, Jonas, exactly. What about the Icarus, the original Planet of the Apes? From the original Planet of the Apes. That's not, yeah, no, not what I'm looking for. KSP 2 is one of the games ever created. It is a game of all time. Get this stuff off. I can make another arrow shell in 2 seconds. Take that thing. Actually, attach this thing. We need that 10 degrees down. On absolute. We absolute snap. The edge of the nose lines up perfectly with the edge of the cockpit there. That's fine. All right, that's 10 degrees. So let's go to this fairing, go to interstage nodes. I'll do what I did before, right? And we'll make a control piece like this. And then I'll have something that we can rotate on it. And then sometime in September, Sebi, is where we're at. Get rid of that. Shut off interstage, right? Now, make sure we need something to align to the center axis. Yeah, that's fine. All right, now give me my fairing plate. Go with a 125 fairing plate, right? And now move the fairing plate back to this point right here. The reason why I want to move it back to this point is because I know that that particular point is where is inside of this forward fairing. So we could potentially have one fairing including another. That's kind of what I'm trying to go after, so we don't hamper the aerodynamics too much, right? And then move this back into position and find the terminator point for the fairing. That's the terminator point right there. Okay, so take the fairing, build the fairing, and we have to see, this is going to be a very strange-ish shape. So turn off snap. I don't know how the game's gonna handle this, but I'm hoping. All right, save. Now, not reading hatch obstructed. Yeah, she's not reading hatch obstructed, guys. Yeah, the editor. Let's save. Sun Temple. I'm not sure about attaching that on interstage nodes. I really don't know what's going to happen here. But let's go in here like this. Just out of curiosity, let's take this. Minus 90, positive 90, 25,000, 1500, update vessel, apply the curve. Interesting. I guess the real problem here is that I'm failing to, like, I'm trying to picture in my head what I want this thing to look like. And I usually can do it, but I definitely don't want it to look like a freaking slice of birthday cake. That piece of fucking junk out of here. Maybe taco shape it. It is Tuesday. Hey, baby. Yeah. Let me mess with the smaller fuselage hull version of this for a second. So this one is basically doing what we want. Like, huh? No, I didn't click on that. Yeah, baby. So, let me just go in here for a second. Just get rid of that. Right? There you go. Would this do the same thing? Huh. Huh. Okay. That's weird. Why can't I figure this out? I know what I need to do, but I don't know what I need to do. But I know what I need to do, and I don't know what's need. Ugh. Saw it already on X, Semi. I was afraid that this would happen. I would work myself into a corner with the design, which is something that... It sucks because it's something that took so freaking long to get over. Like, oh, that took forever to just be able to make what I want, you know? Like, and I lost it. I'm annoyed. That sucks. Yeah, short line, I'm thinking that might be the right move. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm coming to, dudes. I don't think my building skills are enough to get this right. I could sit here, unless you want to spend 2 to 3 more weeks sitting here doing this, staring at it. You know? Like, look at the last project that I worked on in KSP before I switched to playing Starfield, which was... I got suckered by Todd Howard again. Don't get me wrong, it's a good game, but here, take a look at the last thing that we were working on. Nope, that's not it. I thought it was going to be Skyrim or Fallout 3 in space, and it's not. Yeah, it's not. Forgive the party hat. That's the last thing I was working on. Buddy felt the exact same way. Yeah, so Grim, like here's the thing. I don't just play a game like for 8 hours and be like, no, this game sucks. I'll play it and I'll play the snot out of it just to be sure. I probably put about 1,000 hours into Starfield. And then once we got to whatever that like play the game over again mode, just play it slightly differently, I was just like, wow, oh yeah, NG plus, yeah, that, yeah. Once I got to that, I'm like, this is dumb. I don't like this at all. Game was actually pretty decent up until there, but yeah, there's not really much. Looks like Stokes upper stage. It's not Stokes upper stage, it's an SSTO. Yeah, and I've gotten rusty, dudes, which sucks. Look at this thing. That's an SSTO, guys. This is a fully reusable SSTO. I just needed to build its pad. VTOL, vertical takeoff, vertical landing SSTO. With arrow spikes. Yep. Just need to get back into practice. Yeah. It might be better, Grim, to work with a little bit of a simpler project to get back in. Because if I sit there and try and persevere, it's not going to work. I'm not going to get it right because I don't know what I need. You know, like I'm not picturing it. The neurons aren't there. They were at one point, dude. We were building all kinds of cool stuff. I'd start from scratch and start re-honing your edge. Yep. I'm thinking. Yeah, if you can just get it right. Yeah, we can get the shape. That's what what is that rocket? Let me see. Oh, you're, yeah, that's your. That's cool, man. Yeah, I was thinking mission mode rule set would probably be a good idea. MM2 rules. I could do it. Yeah. Get another small sat launcher like Imahara ready to go. So I have a rule set, Grimshark, that utilizes career. It's just it's designed to hone building skills. Yeah. Okay, guys. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I've decided. My building skills in Kerbal are good enough. They're good enough to start on something simple, right? We could sit here and try to mess with the shuttle for however, and I'll never get it to work exactly how I want. It'll take weeks. I don't want you guys sitting. I don't want to just sit here in the SPH all day, dudes. I really don't. Like. I want to get to flying. I want to get to launching these rockets, etc., etc. And honestly, without a launch vehicle, without anything else, there's just not really much here to. There's There's not much here to engineer. You know what I mean? Like I'm missing a lot of pieces to Dart's design, right? So, but I think, you know, with the fairings and everything and messing with panel tessellation and stuff, I think I'm good enough to get it's good enough, right? So what I'll probably do here, let me propose this idea. How about for the rest of this week, we variety stream, you know, we'll still do space news and stuff. I mean, or just do random stuff in KSP. Like launching, we'll do a shuttle launch or something and mess with that or whatever, or Jebstone or MLV or something, right? And oh jeez, excuse me. You know, can we just launch the Chungus, the big Chungus? We could do that, sure. Do a couple moon missions or something. Just play with the vehicles that we have, right? And then space news, and then obviously, you know, after hours variety, right? And then Monday we'll get going. We'll start the not start the new save off, but I will reinstate the MM2 rule set and make a new save. And yeah, we'll go from there. So the first thing that I did back in the day with Mission Mode 2 is I started with a small sat launcher. So that's what we're going to do. I don't know if we're going to make Imahara again. We probably will. But I wouldn't call it Imahara or something. We'll figure out another name for it. And yeah, Imahara's pad was the problem. We'll build out something with some hard hybrid tech and stuff. Like a really good pad, and then we'll go from there. Does the OG Kerbal maneuvering unit have enough Delta V to make it to orbit? No. Big Jungus flies correctly, right? Maybe go rescue Dart like you wanted to just for fun. No, I don't want to mess with the continuity of my saves. I should have a backup mission mode save. Basically, MM2 from the start. 922 backup. Nope, nothing in there. Saves. There's the original mission mode 2. That's the MM2 rule set. What's in this file? Ships. Oh, there it is. There's the base mode. Yeah, that's it. That's mission mode. That's the empty mission mode save with all the rules and everything. Okay. We'll spend Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday in Kerbal just messing around with stuff. Probably, I want to launch a shuttle because I'm getting the hankering to fly the stupid thing. Any chance to launch Doninger? I had to ask. No, not into it. Yeah, that's what we should do. That's what we're gonna do. Cool beans. All right, I'm gonna put on an intermission video here, and yeah, I think I'm good enough to get some basic stuff done, and then we'll go from there. We got to make some progress. We got to make forward progress. I want to sit here and mess with that thing until we get it right. But the whole purpose of trying to make another Dart was to make sure I was still relatively sharp with building skills in Kerbal, and I'm all right. I'm all right. I just need a purpose. Part of the reason why I was blanking on Dart is because there's no point. What's the point? When you don't know what you need, we know from reading about systems engineering all the time that if you don't have a goal, you don't have a really set driven goal for this thing other than just, oh yeah, let's get this working just to, for the heck of it. Yeah, it's much harder. Believe it or not, it's harder to build when you don't have clearly defined goals. Who knew? Okay, so let's get the orbital mechanics video out, and I will get us we'll go to space news at the top of the hour. Just gonna take a slight intermission here. Would it be a good idea this week to see if Maya pads would work? I could do it. No. Yeah, I mean, we could do that. I could. I'm not sure what we would need to make, but I'll get back to you about it. But I wouldn't be against it. I wouldn't be against doing something like that. I've always said, like, I'm not against doing stuff like that, making my own parts for the application. Like, I could model Dark Shell right now, like, well, not model exactly what I want, but you get the idea. The real problem with making your own parts is that it does take some time. If I kind of go and look, I mean, we can explore this tomorrow if you want. We can figure out if I can figure out a quick way, an expedient way to make stuff that's on scale, textured correctly, that doesn't look stupid, that doesn't just look like a random part that I put in. Because if I make parts for the game, I want them to look like they belong there. I am very anal retentive about that. I hate, and don't get me wrong, this is me. I don't judge other people for doing this. I don't like it having a modded save where you have a part that's what you need, but it doesn't look like it belongs there. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that would be, if you want to spend the early hour segment before space news tomorrow, trying to go back and figure out how to mod stuff into KSP, I don't have a problem with that. I can do that. Yeah, I wouldn't be against it, because making custom parts, dude, if we got into a rhythm of using the rocket parts in KSP and then making launch pad parts, dude, I can make anything you want. I mean, we could make anything, and I mean anything. I wouldn't be against doing this, to be 100% real. Wouldn't be against doing this as long as the vehicles that we launch are using all stock parts. I'd be totally cool with it. And it also looks like it fits. Could we revive that Venture Star? Well, of course. God dang, that would have been awesome, dude. It would have been so good. Are you up to it? Why would I be suggesting it if I wasn't, Chief? Yeah, James, I make whatever part we want. Once again, it has to fit with the parts in KSP. That's going to be the hard part, because we got to texture them. And yeah, my texturing skill is suboptimal right now, but I'd be good, dude. I'd be good with that if you guys really wanted to. Once again, we have to find a way to expediently make parts and put them into Kerbal. And then maybe down the road, I'll take our mission mode part pack and I'll give it to you guys, you know. That clevis piece that I was talking about for the G11 hinges would be very, very cool. That'd be very useful. Field Marshal Jesus with 100 bits. Thank you very much. You could rip textures from KSP directly. Dude, there was a tutorial on how to make Kerbalized textures a little while back. And by a little while back, I mean like eight or 9 years ago. I'd have to go find it. Fortunately, I know a lot of the ex-Kerbal developers. They're the ones that gave it to me in the first place. Yeah, there's a specific workflow for painting Kerbalized textures. I would have to get good at doing that, and that means we'd have to bust out GIMP and stuff and get good at that, or MS Paint, which we're not texturing in Paint. We're not doing that, even though I could. Yeah, of course, Jax. Of course I could. Hey, Twidget, 43-month resub. Yeah, I think we could do that. Yeah. I'd be really worried that I would get too hung up on the pack, making the mod pack work, though, like what happened last time. But, hey, whatever. We'll see it through. No access to Photoshop or Illustrator. Not legally. And it would be a very bad idea to not have a legal version of Photoshop to use on stream where you're making money. My version of Maya is legit. This video, let me see, Kraken. What am I looking at here? This is from Karcharoth. Yeah. This isn't it, no. But, yeah. I mean, this is... Yeah. It's the UV mapping that's gonna suck. It's been a while since I've UV mapped anything. Ever. Okay, we can look into doing that tomorrow. In the meantime, let me get up a video here, and we will start Space News when this video is over. Let me switch up the titles here. We'll go from there. Don't forget, we're playing Satisfactory for After Hours on the other side of Space News. That should start around 8 p.m. That's around 3 hour 15 from now.